This city council meeting is called to order. Madam Recorder, will you call a roll, please?
Sure will. Mayor Studebaker.
Here.
Councilor Mans.
Here.
Kohlhoff.
Here.
O'Neill.
Here.
We know he's there, yes. Wynn.
Here.
Lamont.
Here.
And Wendland.
Here.
And then Mayor, if I may just announce the staff present. City Manager Martha Bennett, City Attorney David Powell, City Recorder Anne Marie Simpson, Assistant City Manager Megan Phelan, Police Chief Dale Jorgensen, Charity Taylor, Management Analyst, Ivan Anderholm, Parks and Recreation Director. And we also have guests with us today. Bill De La Cruz, facilitator for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Ad Hoc Task Force. We also have Sarah Zahn, who is waiting for the Redevelopment Agency item at the end of the meeting. I think I maybe have covered everybody there.
Okay. Councilors will have an opportunity to comment on everything and after citizen comment because we've got quite a lengthy list of commenters. But I'd like to say a little bit of something before we get started. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm very proud of our Lake Oswego residents. As I have noted before, your response to the pandemic is to be commended. And most recently, your response to race issues has been salutary. You have recognized there's a problem. You show you want to do something about it. And you have done that passionately, but peacefully. Your city council and staff share your concerns. For several years, we have passed resolutions expressing our determination to be diverse, equitable, and inclusive. We have formed a task force to recommend ways to accomplish that for our boards and commissions and for paid staff. From my perspective, we are all children of God with similar and different talents, faults, goals, and physical traits. It is my hope that we can take advantage of our gifts and that we can listen to each other, recognize that we will not always agree, but that we can still learn about, even celebrate our differences. So with that, I'd like to call on the recorder to get started on citizen comment, please. And I would like, let me say, I think we're limiting citizen comment to 2 minutes, is that correct?
That's right.
And I'd like to, excuse me, just one thing. I'd like to ask our citizens, if you're repeating something that someone has already said, it would move things along and indicate, if you just indicate maybe that you agree on a particular issue. And I should note that we do read all email comments that are coming in from citizens. I'm sorry, go ahead, Madam Recorder.
Thank you. So Mayor and Council, I did want to let you know staff is trying to email to you a list of the people who have signed up to comment today. Of course, we will be introducing everybody. So attendees, I'd like to thank you on behalf of Lake Oswego City Council for taking time to participate in the citizen comment portion of the meeting. If you had signed up to speak by noon today, you will be called on in the order you signed up. We have over 60 people speaking this afternoon, and staff will work hard to make sure each person is heard. And thank you in advance for your patience. As you can tell, we are working out a few of the bumps on Zoom webinar. It's a new platform for us. When it's your turn to speak, I will call your name and you will be brought into the meeting to provide comment. You may enter with either audio and video or with audio only. Please know this meeting is televised and live streamed on YouTube. Before you begin, please state your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes to speak and there will be a green light on my screen. I'm still going to figure out how this is going to work. It's kind of clunky. The light will turn yellow when you have about 30 seconds left, and at 2 minutes, you will hear a beep to let you know that the 2 minutes is up. It is possible that when we bring you into the meeting, you have a couple seconds delay and it might go quiet. Not sure what to tell you to expect. So our first speaker this evening is Masen Mabou. Hassan, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can
All
you?
right, you may begin when you're ready.
Dear Mayor and councillors, Franz Fanon said, when we revolt, it's not for a particular culture. We revolt simply because, for many reasons, we can no longer breathe. I am now saying that we can no longer breathe under chokehold. We can no longer breathe under police brutality and the systemic and institutional racism that pervades our daily lives. We love those members of the police who protect and save people. We salute their great work and we want them to be protected also. While I recognize the necessity of a police force, too many of us citizens have been profiled, brutalized, or simply denied minimum human rights by the very police who are charged with protecting us. As a citizens of Lake Oswego and a friend of most of you, I'm urging you today to take under serious consideration the following measures that Senator Jeff Merkley is currently proposing for national reform of police department. Prohibit police use of chokehold and other physical tactics that restrict oxygen or blood flow. Require mechanism for civilian oversight and review of local police departments' policies and actions, and the use of no-knock warrants, such as the one that led to the horrific death of Breonna Taylor, and the use of qualified immunity to shield rogue police officers from legal accountability, outlaw racial profiling in policing, require police to intervene if other officers are using excessive force, and the transfer of battlefield-grade weapons from the U.S. Armed Forces to police departments. As Fanon said, each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. I hope, Mr. Mayor, that you're going to leave us a legacy of change in the police forces, because anyway, it has to be done. You are a wonderful person. I know you personally. I hope you will fulfill your mission. I hope also that my fellow friends and citizens in the council will do the same. Long live our community. Long live Lake Oswego. Sincerely, Masen Mook. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this afternoon is Sonal Holiday. Ms. Holiday, are you able to hear us?
I can hear you.
Great, and we can see you. You may go ahead when you're ready.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Sonal Halliday. I am a resident of Lake Oswego. My comments today are regarding the agenda item for the review of policing. In the LOPD's responses to the 8 can't wait questions, they use the term objective reasonableness as their threshold for use of force. They also state that when excessive force is used, those incidents are reported and reviewed. I believe there should be discussion around the term objective reasonableness and who reviews those incidents and determines if training is needed. We have seen in the last 3 weeks that objective reasonableness and incident report reviews have failed Black Americans. As a business owner of a venue that offers a space for all people to celebrate and conduct meetings and retreats, I have worried about our town's perception and reputation. We still have not shed our Lake No Negro tagline. Businesses are changing their DIE policies and hiring diverse management teams. I think we need to ask ourselves if Lake Oswego is the kind of place a business will plant roots in the future. Are we welcoming enough to families of different diversities to moving here? And if these companies are focused on hiring diverse teams, I believe that Lake Oswego currently does not reflect residents to meet that goal. We have been watching the amplified calls for police review and reform on a national level. And while many may feel that our small town of Lake Oswego is excluded from this narrative, we owe it to our fellow Black residents to make some changes. Thank you for listening.
Okay, our next speaker, I did not see him on the attendees list. Joe with White and Kennedy, are you there? And Weston, are you able to find a match in the attendee list for that gentleman?
I do not see anybody by that name.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next person. And if there are people that we're missing at this point, we can call them again toward the end of the list. The next attendee to provide comment is Anna Marie Gunther. Hi, Anna Marie, can you hear us okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, please start when you're ready.
All right. My name is Anna Marie Gunther, and I'm a recent Lake Ridge graduate. While I understand that a critical aspect of today's meeting is to discuss changes in local policing practices, I believe my allotted time with you today can best be spent reminding the counselors and any community members watching how ingrained racism is in our community, particularly in this space where I was meant to be educated and become a quote-unquote global citizen, school. With that, the following is a brief and incomplete history of racially charged events at the schools in Lake Oswego. In 2005, students chanted, "You can't read," at African American students from another school at a basketball game. In 2017, students at Lake Oswego High School posted a poll on the class of 2017's Facebook page about a senior prank idea. Quote, "How about we start a KKK club and sacrifice all of the Black people," end quote. Also in 2017, there was graffiti in 3 bathrooms with the words, quote, "Killed the N-word," end quote. In 2018, a Black LOJ student discovered a sticky note with the N-word on it and a picture of a dog stuck to the back of his shirt. Also in 2018, Black students at LOJ talked openly about hearing the N-word on the regular. And in 2019, students at Lake Ridge High School shared racist memes through airdrop at an assembly, reaching hundreds of other students. I shouldn't have to say that these incidents have brought indelible hurt and damage to my friends, our school system, and the broader community. I carry the responsibility of belonging to a school and a town that has not and does not welcome everyone. And before my time runs out today, I want to address the topic of reform and regulation in policing by restating the words of the Portland African American Leadership Forum. While we can continue to discuss reform, regulation, training, and increased community accountability, the assessment of the status of policing in Portland, our neighbor Westland, and around the United States reveals that nothing short of police and prison abolition is sufficient to make Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Carrie Izungabara.
I am not identifying a Carrie in our list this evening.
Okay. It did occur to me, if you, as an attendee, have not matched your name as it appears in the Zoom platform to the name that you did sign up for comment, now's a good time to do that. We will call for Carrie again at the end of the meeting. In the meantime, let's move on to Connie Lee, please. And Ms. Lee, I think your microphone is still muted.
Got it.
Okay, we're ready when you are.
Right. I feel that the City Council should expand the scope of the work for the DEI task force to include city services, including the police. Oh, just a minute. There we go. I am especially interested in having some sort of oversight on the police, as there is no place to lodge a complaint about the police except to Chief Dale Jorgensen. I have had 2 incidents involving the police in the last few years, and both cases I got the runaround by an officer or officers and was lied to in both cases. So in both cases, I talked to Chief Jorgensen, and I got the good service that I should have gotten in the first place. The problem is that people of color would probably not persevere the way I did. Minorities would conclude that the whole force was not interested in their problem and give up. I know that my husband, who is of minority race, would not have even called the police for an incident that Dale ultimately deemed a racial justice incident. and he entered it into the federal database as such. Citizens of Lake Oswego need a safe place to report wrongdoing, especially people of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Our next speaker this afternoon is Kathy Gordon. Ms. Gordon, I see your microphone is muted, but we are ready when you are. You can unmute your mic, and if you wish, you can turn on your video. Ms. Gordon, are you able to unmute your mic? And Weston, are we able to do that on her behalf? There we
Yes.
go. Thank you. Ms. Gordon, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I actually did not sign up to speak. I signed up to listen.
Ah, all right. Well, you don't have to say anything. We can move to the next person if you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next participant is Don Wayne. Mr. Wayne, you can unmute your mic and your video if you wish. We're ready for you. Great.
You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you see me?
Yes. Uh-oh, Mr. Wayne, you seem to be muted again.
Great.
There we go.
My name is Don Wayne. I'm here today to urge you to vote to pass today's agenda items 4.2 and 4.3. I'm also here to support people in our communities, people of color, women, the LGBTQ community, who are directly affected by systemic and structural racism and sexism. I don't have that personal experience. I do have experience and knowledge from working in an environment like yours. After almost 50 years employment in public institutions, mostly colleges and universities, including 8 years in senior administrative positions. So I know what it's like to sit and deliberate for endless hours in committee meetings. Many of those meetings concern diversity, equity, and inclusion issues. When I left those meetings and consulted with affected members of the community under discussion, there was one phrase I heard again and again. The phrase was, "They don't get it," referring to administrators like me. There is some recent evidence that leaders in public office are beginning to get it, but it won't do just to stage another show of moral support with no action. The most important factor is using the process for the purpose of listening to those who are most affected. Agenda item 4.3 calls for community equity dialogue. It's a great idea, but it requires real dialogue with open discussion, not the kind of city consultation that stages a presentation by council members and expert consultants. That's important, but not without limited opportunity for questions and open conversation. Agenda item 4.3 uses the phrase focused group discussions. Focus is important, but there also needs to be room for real dialogue and not merely with speakers restricted to 2 or 3 minute statements. We need to be listening to each other, and those in authority and even the experts need to learn to listen. Thank you.
Sorry, that made me jump. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wayne. Our next speaker is Richard Zernajewski.
Okay.
Sounds great. You can go when you're ready.
Hi, my name is Rick Cherniewski, and I live in First Edition. I'm a member of the Baha'i Faith community, the Lake Oswego Rotary, and respond to racism. We are today considering what to do about our perception of injustice in our law enforcement. We may find a path to the perfect police department, yet not touch the system that places them as the wall between liberty and justice for the whites and oppression and injustice for the people of color. So let us begin where we can, the first step in a 1,000-mile journey. My recommendations are: 1, transparency. For example, sharing data on the race of pullovers and other police acts that give insight on the incidence of profiling. Number 2, easy ability to report possible bias, say an online form that takes 5 minutes to file and then is reviewed by an independent citizen-led commission with findings aired publicly. Number 3, adequate tax-based funding of police so that there are not command decisions to write a quota of citations that then bring extra funds to the department. We're better than this. We are better than this. This is petty injustice that generates anti-police sentiment in everyone. Consider reorienting police, which implies focusing on crime, what are you doing wrong, to peace officer, which conveys we're looking out for you and are meant to help foster peace in our community. The organization Police to Peace has expertise and experience in effecting this transformation through renaming, retraining, etc. Number 5, as a long-term goal, I'd like to see our city have a team approach that includes within the department more women and many professionals with specific training to respond to mental health, drug use, and homelessness issues, thereby avoiding confrontations with people in need of care rather than violent control. Such professionals need to have equal say in department policies and responses.
Mr. Nuchesky?
Yes.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Can you finish up?
Yes, I'm just going to give my thank you. Thank you. My hope is that we can be that exemplary united community that can inform our nation how to foster peace and compassion through an outstanding service-oriented department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Janice Cockrell-Chernizeski. Are you there and you're able to hear us?
I am, but I can't seem to, I can't turn on my video, but that's fine. Can you hear me?
We sure can. We're ready when you are.
Thank you. My name is Janice Cockrell-Chernizeski, and I live in Mountain Park. I'm active with Respond to Racism, and I'm a member of the Baha'i community of Lake Oswego, but I'm also the mother and grandmother of Lake Oswego graduates, 3 of whom are people of color. And I have close friends who are people of color, and all have been unfairly targeted by individuals and institutions in the many years I've lived here in this town. I just want to support what Massine Boop has said, and Connie Lee, and my brother-in-law, Rick Chernieszki. I want to support agenda item 4.2 and 4.3. I request that any equity audit of the police include a culturally relevant and police department knowledgeable consultant. And I wanted to let you know that last week I was honored to be asked to facilitate a discussion between the Washington County Sheriff's Department and a group of citizens. It was productive, and the plan is to continue the discussions every three to 4 weeks until the issues are resolved. There was excellent listening on both sides. I would be happy to share information that I gleaned with the City Council and the Police Department. Feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Our next commenter this afternoon, Sherry Partain. Great.
Hello. Hello, Mayor Studebaker and councilors. Thank you for serving our community. My name is Sherry Partain, and I have 2 children in the Lake Oswego School District, one who will be entering LOJ next year and one who will be a freshman at LOHS. I'm attending the meeting tonight as an ally, as a full supporter and activist in the Black Lives Matter movement, and as a supporter of police reform. I am first urging you to pass agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 tonight. I also want to share a brief anecdote as a professional. I'm currently the Director of Adoption Services for a nonprofit child welfare agency. As such, I do an abundance of training and preparation for families who are interested in adopting children from the foster care system. Part of our training includes providing culturally responsive services to children and preparing families for what it means to raise a child of color, particularly if they are a white parent or parents. I am disappointed to tell you that this includes preparing them for how their children's or young adults' interactions with the police will go. Everything from remember to show your hands immediately when you are pulled over, don't reach behind you for a bag or a wallet, etc. I would like to live in a nation and in a community of Lake Oswego where I can spend more time talking about the things that really benefit and enrich children's lives and connection to their culture, rather than teaching them first and foremost about the realities of police bias and brutality that exist in our community too. Thank you for taking a close look at the Lake Oswego Police Department and addressing the concerns that are raised tonight and those that have been raised before. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Willie Poinsett.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We sure can hear you, and you know your video is off, which is fine.
I can't seem to. All right, if you can turn it on, I'll appreciate it.
Okay, we'll see if we
My
can
name
do
is
that.
Willie Poinsett, and I'm president and co-founder of Respond to Racism. I come to you this afternoon with a heavy heart, and I join others who have lots of rage about the systemic racist practices in our country. Like others, I'm angry and I'm tired of hearing about Black people being killed by police. The racist and cruel practices that police departments all over the country have practiced, especially on Black, Indigenous, people of color, must end. Over the past 2 weeks, we've heard about two: George Floyd in Minneapolis, Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta. That's enough. They both were killed by white police officers. Enough is enough, and Black lives matter. We're calling for an end to systemic racism and to make changes in police practices and policies. Now, you might say, excuse me, I just noticed a message from my host. You might say, no police officer in Lake Oswego has killed a Black person, so why am I speaking to you today? I'm speaking because the LOPD has a dark past. They've intimidated and harassed Black people and other people of color. While I'm pleased to know that the culture of the Lake Oswego Police Department, in terms of the way they treat people of color, has been changing for the better in recent years. Please know that Black people and other people of color are not convinced that when they leave their homes, they will return without a negative interaction with the LOPD. There's a mistrust of the police in the Black and people of color community based on the history of the LOPD practices. Systemic racism is hard to change. There must be more transparency between the police department and the community regarding police practices and the data. There's an urgent need today to mend the broken pieces. I ask you as elected officials, recognize that Black lives matter. I want my son and my husband to return home safely every night without being harassed or hurt in any fashion. I won't accept anything less. Thank you.
Next is Luke Saporito. We'll have you unmute your mic and we're ready to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Saporito. Mr. Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and all other participating citizens. As a resident of Lake Oswego for 25 years and an educator and counselor in the public school system for 37 years, I feel I have some insights for our comments today. Our criminal justice system needs to change. It must change now, and it starts with you. This change requires creating a new guardian mindset rather than the warrior mentality that currently ripples through most police departments. Lake Oswego's use of force policies need to be reviewed, utilizing community feedback. These findings must be publicly reported and change must be implemented. In addition, police funds need to be diverted to social services. For example, remove police officers from our schools and replace them with youth outreach workers, community agents, social workers, or counselors, as well as other change agents that don't rely on the threat of force, intimidation, or punishment. I am calling on you, Mayor Studebaker, Councilor Koloff, Councilor Lamont, Councilor Mans, Councilor Nguyen, Councilor O'Neill, and Councilor Wetland. It is time to commit to this action, and please support our Senator Merkley's proposal as well. The time has come for all of us to look at 400 years of injustices, racist laws, discrimination, and outright intimidation. Thank you, and our city must commit to this change.
Our next speaker, Melissa Coe.
Ms. Recorder, I do not see Melissa in our list tonight.
Okay, we will come back to her a little later. Next, Ed Betancourt. All right, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
ready to go.
Good afternoon, Mayor Studebaker and members of the City Council. I'm Ed Betancourt, and I'm a resident of Lake Oswego. My wife and I are continuously made aware of the racism that still exists in our community, and we are angry about it. The nickname Lake No Negro is a constant reminder of the work we need to do. We must all accept the implications that this has for the kind of community we are and the kind of community we want to be. We are all responsible for addressing the serious issue of racism in our city, but you as city council members must take the lead, and I will aggressively hold you responsible for this task. And I believe a significant segment of the community will do so as well. Tonight, I am testifying to support 4.3 on the agenda, expand the scope of the work of the DEI task force to include recommendations for limiting disparities in city services, including policing. Much research has been done about these disparities, but I would like to just identify one. In 2016, the Pew Research Center published a study titled The Racial Confidence Gap in Police Performance. Findings showed that where 75% of white respondents felt, number one, that their local police used appropriate force on suspects, number two, that their local police treated all people, including racial and ethnic minorities, equally, and number three, that their local police department had held officers accountable when misconduct occurs. However, only 33% of Black respondents felt this was true in their communities. Based on our history in Lake Oswego, I wonder that if we did the same survey, would we have the same results? Or would we find that our Black citizens were better off or worse off? It's a question we need to answer. Therefore, as a citizen of LO, I expect that the City Council will expand the scope of work for the DEI to include eliminate disparities in policing, instructing them to complete
Mr. Betancourt, Mr. Betancourt,
Okay.
time is up, sir.
Okay, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to talk, and good evening.
Thanks for your input.
Next speaker, Terry Kramer. Ms. Kramer, are you able to hear us? You do have your mic on mute.
Ah, there we go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Terry Kramer and I live in Lake Oswego. I support the passage of items 4.2 and 4.3 on the City Council agenda and thank the DEI Task Force for their work. I'm on the Respond to Racism Board and I want to comment on what I hear when I listen to our Black and Brown community members. Many may not be speaking up today. They are tired. They have been speaking up their whole lives. They've been demanding equity and equality their whole lives. They have been asking for the police to stop profiling them and to stop killing them. They've been asking schools to stop whitewashed education and to put an end to the racist aggression towards our students. They hear us promise to do better, but we don't do enough. We white people spend time educating ourselves, but we don't act. We rarely engage with our city, our government, our schools, and say enough is enough. We must believe Black and Brown people when they speak to us. They don't need to continue to tell us their truth and their trauma. We've heard it over and over, and we know it. We just choose to do not much at all about it. One example of this truth is Maya Gordon's documentary. We've heard her and other students speak out for years about racism in our schools. If you haven't seen it, you are not paying attention. And if you have seen it and you weren't moved to action, then you are not the leaders that Lake Oswego needs. Words won't dismantle racism, and it's time for each of us to become an activist. And so I'm asking you to commit the time and the resources to shine the light on and dismantle racism in Lake Oswego, so we're no longer Lake No Negro. And if you don't want to do that, I'm asking that you please step aside and, to quote my dearly deceased mother, pee or get off the pot. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mark Pullman.
Hello. Hi, this is Mark Pullman.
Hi, we can hear you. You have no video, just so you know.
That's odd. Okay, how about now? There we are. Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to the council. My name is Mark Pullman. I've been a resident of Lake Oswego for 8 years. I'm a doctorate in nursing practice, caring for individuals in the Portland and Spokane, Washington area for the last 42 years. I'm testifying in favor of increasing the scope of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force to include reviewing the actions, policies, culture, and training of the Lake Oswego Police Force. In my opinion, the task force should include members of the community, including residents of color, city administrators, and members of the rank and file of the police department. Items that should be discussed include the development of a community review board to examine police actions, the banning of chokeholds, carotid holds, and no-knock warrants, removal of military-grade equipment from the police department, review of use of task force policies, enrollment in a national use of task force database, and the review of policies and procedures surrounding the police officer discipline, among other items. It is time to review those services that we are asking the police force to provide to the community. We need to determine if some of these services can be delivered in a more effective and less lethal means by other city organizations. Responding to events of nonviolent crimes, school discipline, homelessness, addiction, domestic violence, and mental illness may be better resolved by a person with a sociological training rather than someone with a gun. Resources for these services should be discussed, and consideration of transferring some of the policing funds to those services should be discussed also. It's time for the community to give input to the city about how they would like to be policed. Asking the DEI to evaluate our police policies and procedures is a start. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Carolee Demas.
I do not see Carolee in our list this evening.
Okay, let's move to Jan Stanley, please. Weston, I see her in the lineup there. Are you able to transfer her in?
My apologies. I clicked it and it didn't happen. It is not working.
Okay, let's see here.
There she came over.
There she goes. Okay. Ms. Stanley, are you able to hear us?
Now I unmuted and now you can see me, right?
Yes, we can. You can
Okay,
start.
great. Here
Thank
we go. Sligo is trying to move in the right direction towards justice for all by having a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force. And I commend you for this action. I move that you implement the recommendation from this task force, agenda items 4.2 and 4.3, as others have mentioned. I participate and respond to racism meetings, and over again, I've heard students of color talk about how living in Lake Oswego hasn't been easy. They report how they felt alone in Lake Oswego schools, that they were singled out by their peers and sometimes teachers for no reason other than the color of their skin, and made to feel somehow less than others. This is unacceptable and needs to change. Similarly, adults talk about not feeling welcome in Lake Oswego as a person of color, that they feel watched by some people in the community and by the Lake Oswego police. They are fearful when their children go out for a drive at night. They are made to feel uncomfortable and unwelcome here. This is not acceptable. It's no wonder that Lake Oswego has a nickname of Lake No Negro. This is not a reputation that has been made up out of thin air. Unfortunately, it is one that has been earned over time. We need to and can do better. There are members in this community that are pushing to make systemic change in our city, as evidenced by the DEI task force. We can start by banning chokeholds by the LOPD and stop pulling people of color over because the police don't think they belong here. Not only do they belong here, they live here. Implementing agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 by the DEI task force will be one step in the right direction of justice for all in Lake Oswego. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker, Deborah Chapman. All right, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you see my video?
I can see you.
My name is Deborah Chapman. My husband and I moved to Lake Oswego in 2017 from Eugene. When I told our best friend there that we would be moving here, he looked aghast and exclaimed, "You do know that that town is known as Lake No Negro." He had firsthand knowledge of this because he had been visiting his sister here for 25 years. He made no comment to me about the beauty of the town, the trees, the lake, the hanging flower baskets, the friendly people, great restaurants, the farmer's market. Just one thing stuck in his mind after visiting here for 25 years was Lake No Negro. But we moved here anyway, and we love it. And I feel very lucky to have found it. But unfortunately, I have already seen firsthand that behind the beauty of this town is an ugly truth. There are 2 college students on my street who are relatively new to Lake Oswego, having moved here from West Africa. I see them walking in my neighborhood to catch the bus to class, and I fear for them. I hope against hope each day that they will stay safe. I live on a busy street, and white people walk up and down all day, and I don't give them a thought. But these 2 big, beautiful brown boys, well, I'm going to be honest, I worry that they could be the next victims of police brutality, racial slurs, or simple disrespect. When those boys get off the bus in this wonderful town, they should feel good, like you do and I do, knowing that we're home and we're safe. This is where we belong. This is where we belong. This is where we feel respected. They deserve no less. It's time. I ask each of you to do what you can to make this town a safe place for all of its citizens and all of its visitors. And I support agenda item 4.2 and agenda item 4.3. Thank you.
Next speaker is Paige McElroy.
Hi, good afternoon. Dear Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Paige McElraith. I'm a citizen in Lake Oswego and a regular attender at Respond to Racism. I'm here to be an ally to my Black brothers and sisters and people of color. I recognize my white privilege and I will not subcontract my responsibility to others in matters of racism. So City Council, I support 4.2 as well as expanding the scope of the DEI force. But in my real words, we need to remember that right now the issue of racism, police brutality is in our minds. It is even in vogue to march and put slogans on social media. But what about tomorrow? And what about the next day and the next tomorrow? I deplore you, Council, to work towards legislation and oversight that works towards mending hearts and minds. When one suffers, we all suffer. Black Lives Matter. Thank you, Mayor and elected officials.
Next speaker, Courtney Fuller.
Courtney Fuller does not appear to be in the list with us this evening.
Okay, Marty Doherty.
That's
Mr.
me right there.
There you are. We're ready when you're ready.
I don't know if you can see me. Can you see me?
Your camera does not appear to be on.
Well, how do I do that?
Let's see if we can take care of it on our end.
Start my video.
There you go.
Okay. Okay.
Great.
I am Marty Doherty. I'm a Lake Oswego resident for the past 42 years. I support agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 and request equity audits include a culturally relevant consultant. My background includes as a child welfare caseworker, juvenile court counselor, and volunteer program management. I am a Lake Oswego CERT member and attend Lake Oswego United Church of Christ and respond to racism. It is obvious to me that we need diversity, equity, and lack of aggression and microaggressions in our community. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Randy Fuller.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. My wife, Courtney Fuller, was going to attend as well, but was unable to, so I'm attending for both of us. And the reason that we were attending is basically we are an African American family in Lake Oswego. Our son has been raised here since 3rd grade, and one of the reasons that we moved to Lake Oswego is because of the education and because of it being a beautiful place to live. But unfortunately, that was all changed when it became more of a nightmare for my son and for him growing up. Unfortunately, he experienced racism all throughout not only grade school, but high school as well. Racism that left a scar on him going into college. I'd just like to say that we'd like to see change. We'd like to feel safe. We'd like to not be looked at as an oddity or something out of the norm. The reality of it is that Lake Oswego is a beautiful place. We should all just make it a beautiful place for human beings, not just a beautiful place for those that are white. So to keep it pretty simple, that's about it.
Thank you. The next person that wanted to provide comment this afternoon is Esther Swartz, and she's asked that her comments be read into the record. Start my timer. From Ms. Swartz, I support agenda item 4.2, implementation of the DEI task force recommendations, and I support agenda item 4.3, the motion to expand the work of the DEI task force. I also request that any equity audit of the police include a culturally relevant and police department knowledgeable consultant. Thank you, Esther Swartz. Next commenter, Swapna Reddy. And we see you're in the meeting and you can, there you go.
Hi, can you see me?
Yep, we're all set.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and councilors, my name is Sapna Reddy, and I am a resident of Lake Oswego. I'm here to advocate and support formalized community oversight of the Lake Oswego Police Department. I am a doctor, and I am held accountable for people's lives. If I mess up, there are consequences. There is a visible trail. Police officers' actions have the same life and death consequences that other first responders, such as myself, have. When we adopt the view, there are just a few bad apples in the bunch, that is not acceptable. Which one of us would feel comfortable knowingly trusting our lives to a bad doctor? Years ago, a cop, Terry Timius, alleged of serious abuses of power, resigned from the LOPD. He was not even fired. He went on to get hired in Westland in 2005, and even after a damaging report showing serious unprofessional conduct in 2008, he continued to be a police chief until 2017. The report was hidden even from Westland city officials, and by doing so, allowed a man who abused his power to continue in a leadership position without appropriate consequences for him, but with serious damage to the community. Because of what I shared, I request you to pass agenda items 4.2, 4.3, and to request that any equity audit of the police include a culturally relevant and police department knowledgeable consultant. In closing, I would like to add, the call to be judged by the contents of one's character should not only fall onto the shoulders of Black Americans. It should be a call to action for all of us Americans, no matter what our skin color. Thank you.
Jane Lovelady.
You're on. Okay. Here I am.
Okay, we're ready when you are.
Mayor Studebaker and City Council members. My name is Jane Lovelady. I've lived in our community for nearly 40 years. I was proud to be a citizen of Lake Oswego when our city and our well-earned reputation for exclusion worked collectively with city staff, our police force, and citizens to visit the Museum of Tolerance in Los Angeles. I was pleased when the DEI task force was created to take long and unflinching looks at what our community must do to oppose racism now. I am grateful that our Respond to Racism and LO for Love are helping our community examine the racism the majority of us have carried with us for generations, pervading our hearts as well as our city policies. I move that the council implement agenda items 4.2, 4.3, and support an equity audit of our police department. To its credit, that it has already implemented changes that are moving us into the right direction, but has much left to do. As a person who carries privilege with my skin color, I am finally learning my job is to listen, learn from, and support those willing to teach me what I have been systematically taught was wrong, and that my task is now to understand what I must do to defeat racism. I want to do better, and I want my city to do better as well. I'm about to become a grandmother for the first time. My personal goal is to work toward envisioning and in reinventing a world that will encourage every child and grandchild in our future to thrive. Despite our current global and community crises, I will personally commit to supporting Lake Oswego as a model city that will house, employ, educate, and most importantly, utilize the gift of every citizen who chooses to live here. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dr. Narina Columbaro.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Narina Columbaro, and I'm a member of Respond to Racism LO. First of all, I want to express my full support of the agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 relative to the DEI task force. In terms of the recommendations for changes in community policing practices outlined in agenda item 4.3, I would also ask the following to be considered. First of all, I request that monthly reports detailing demographics of those individuals stopped by LO police, either in a vehicle or on foot, are published to the public either through a public media outlet or another form of communication that is widely distributed. Secondly, upon reviewing the LO Police Department's use of force policy and 8 Can't Wait response on the city website, I share concerns with others that were on this call as well around statements stating that LOPD restricts chokeholds and that we don't instruct our officers in the use of vascular neck restraints, chokehold. Let's unpack this a bit because words and actions do matter. The word restrict is defined as put a limit on, keep under control. On the other hand, the word ban is defined as officially or legally prohibited. So what does restrict look like specifically? Is it just a slap on the wrist? What are the consequences if an officer engages in that form of force, whether or not the outcomes are fatal? As stated, the word ban carries tangible legal ramifications that appear not to be part and parcel of the current policy. Simply put, they need to be. Secondly, I quote, "We don't instruct our officers to use vascular neck restraint. Just because we don't instruct them, it doesn't mean it won't happen. Maybe they were instructed or encouraged to do so in a prior Department of Employee." Again, if legal ramifications as well as peers and leadership are not holding officers accountable, how can we guarantee what happened in Minneapolis, New York, and countless other locales that may have not been reported in the papers doesn't happen in Lake Oswego? Words matter, actions matter, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dee Papajorgi Taylor.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Dea Papayorji Taylor, and I'm here today as a concerned community member in solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, and I'm speaking up to demand racial and social justice at every level of the Lake Oswego City government, as well as among our community. I'm also a member of the Respond to Racism group. I'm a proponent of prioritizing funding for social and behavioral health services to address low-risk disputes. I'm here to speak about unchecked authority and a lack of transparency in police stops and how Black and Brown Lake Oswego residents, as well as those passing through, are harassed, abused, and discriminated against. Police should be tasked with providing psychological safety to everyone in the community, not just towards those that look safe or look right and are in need of help, but should be extended to everyone regardless of race, socioeconomic status, mental health status, or physical abilities. As long as our community members of color don't feel safe, none of us are really safe. Police should prioritize verbal de-escalation techniques when it comes to responding to community needs and deprioritize physical force such as chokeholds. I am in fact requesting that chokeholds and no-knock warrants be banned. I am demanding formalized community oversight of the police department. I'm demanding an independent equity audit of the police department and that it include a culturally relevant and police department knowledgeable consultant. Rather than investing our dollars for the police department to criminalize every type of human behavior, funds should be reallocated to community-based violence prevention and conflict mediation so that we are prioritizing the work that needs to be done to lift people up instead of bringing them down by dragging them through the judicial system. I support the passing of agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 that correspond to the DEI task force. And in conclusion, I'm calling for our city government to serve as activists and make actionable progress towards enacting policies that affirm the value of Black lives. Thank you.
Next commenter is Julie Timberg, and she asks that her comments be read into the record. Hello, I have a comment to make, but preferred to have it submitted to be read at the meeting. I have lived in Lake Oswego for 35 years and generally don't have any issues with our police force. Something's bothering me though recently. I live and frequently walk over to Lake Oswego High School. The last 4 times I have been there, I see the same police officer. I think he is assigned to the school. He drives a car with a signed school resource officer. The school is currently closed. In the years I have lived in Lake Oswego, to my knowledge, nothing has happened requiring an officer to be stationed there. It seems like a ridiculous use of resources, as he obviously has nothing to do. I honestly can't think of a more boring duty than hanging around LOH while it is closed. It also makes me feel uncomfortable seeing him there. I feel like I'm being watched by him while walking my dog. I don't know what the city is paying him, but could we not use the money spent on his salary to help those in need? Thanks, Julie. Betsy Wasco.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're ready to go.
Okay, great. My name is Betsy Wasco. I'm a Lake Oswego resident. Mayor, city councilors, thank you for all the good work you're doing. I wanted to just address the issue of apathy and complicity. For oppression to do its devil's work, we don't need a majority of haters. We only need apathy and complicity from people of otherwise goodwill. Martin Luther King Jr. understood this well. In his letter from a Birmingham jail, he reserved his harshest criticism for the white moderate who is, quote, more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will, end quote. The time for complicity in the systemic entrenched racism against African Americans must end. We must do better. We must remove once and for all barriers to dignity and opportunity, especially in policing, especially in our criminal justice system, and also in housing and employment, in schools and elsewhere. For these reasons, I support implementation of agenda items 4.2 and 4.3. Thank you.
Ava Proctor.
Hi, I'm Ava Proctor, a recent graduate of Lakeridge High School. And although racism is sadly prominent in our schools, it is also something that is ingrained in this town. And we need to be working actively to make Lake Oswego a more diverse and welcoming place. And that is why I hope you pass agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 on the DEI task force. Racism touches every aspect of society. I would like to talk about housing. In the last few months, I have seen more affordable housing in Lake Oswego being torn down to put mini mansions on these lots that can sometimes cost upwards of $1 million. This means that housing in Lake Oswego is only accessible to the wealthiest of people, which is an overwhelmingly white population. Lake Oswego needs to invest in affordable housing and protect the housing that already exists here. And finally, we need to defund our police departments and get them out of our schools. Black people and other minorities already face an overwhelming amount of racism in their day-to-day lives, and they do not need the added threat of police in schools and patrolling constantly. People of color do not feel welcome here as community members or visitors. But today, you, the city councilors, can take action that only starts to address the deeply ingrained racism of this town. And hopefully in the future, Lake Oswego can be a safe and inviting place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Liebens.
Hello, my name is Emily Liebens, and I live in Lake Oswego with my husband and our 2 children. I'm here today to respectfully request that the City Council support the motion and recommendations put forward by the city's DEI Task Force as described in Agenda Items 4.2 and 4.3. I also ask that the Council immediately begin the process to form a citizen council to review the Lake Oswego Police Department with the intention of implementing the 8 that can't wait policies to ensure that our city is a safe place for all people. While I appreciate the city's recent transparency with regard to current police policies, I was deeply disturbed by the fact that no clear restrictions are in place to curtail police use of force. We must act now to protect the safety of everyone who lives, works, and recreates in our city. Thank you.
Okay, we have another comment that from someone who's asked to be read out loud. And this is May Cadam, members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing me to add my voice to those calling for justice for people of color, particularly African Americans in our community of Lake Oswego, and for those who travel through our town. We have ample examples of episodes of unfair treatment against people of color who are subject to regular harassment and abuse. When one person is the victim of injustice, none of us feel safe. It affects each one of us, whether directly or indirectly, whether we recognize it or not. We are one community, members of one body. Just as our whole body is affected when one organ is diseased, we are all unwell until we address policies, procedures, and systems that unfairly target one segment of our community. I'm an immigrant from the Middle East myself who grew up in a small town in Southern Illinois. Having received a minuscule dose of discrimination myself, I know how disempowering it can be. I also realize how insignificant my experience was compared to the glaring abuse of rights and privileges, even life, that my African American brothers and sisters receive on a daily basis. Concerning our history in Oregon and Lake Oswego in particular, when it comes to racial injustice, together with the renewed calls for justice in our nation and reverberating around the world, we have no choice but to act and act now. The increasingly glaring episodes of injustice against citizens in our town over the past few years has led to grassroots movements such as Respond to Racism and LO for Love. These, together with efforts of faith communities in Lake Oswego, as well as individuals, have combined to call for greater and bolder action. The time is now. I hope that the City Council will hear our voices and allow for an independent audit of policies and procedures, especially in the police department, that may unfairly affect our African American neighbors and friends. We must take steps to have impartial oversight over the way our citizens are treated. Mayor, I have about another paragraph. Would you like me to continue? Yeah? All right. We need active community participation.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you. The next commenter is Juliana Smith.
Juliana does not appear to be in the audience this evening.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Monica Delzite. And Ms. Delzite, if you can unmute your microphone, we'll be ready when you are.
How's that?
Yes, we can hear you. We just can't see you.
Oh, well, let me just speak and see if the video comes on. Thank you, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. I'm Monica Delzite. I live in First Edition for the last 2 years. It's time for Lake Oswego to attend to racial inequity, racial violence, racial injustice, actively and transparently. We can never again have harassment or abuse of our citizens. workers, and visitors of color. I expect permanent community oversight of our police department, schools, city government, and city code as regards racism. I support agenda items 4.2 and 4.3. I am dismayed at the minimalist posting of June 4th on the Lake Oswego Police Department website. I'd really like to see your heart and your humanity. Our proximity to West Lynn and Portland suggests cultural similarity. How is our police department different? Will you come to respond to racism meetings? We cannot have what happened to Michael Fesser, Oscar Grant, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Janelle Bynum, or Jason Washington to happen ever again. Racism is a public health crisis. Thank you.
Judith Belk.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, just can't see you.
I'm not going to take time to figure that part out right now. Thank
That
you.
sounds fine. Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you. I support agenda items 4.2 and 4.3. And my comments to the Lake Oswego City Council today are about reforming our thinking and reforming our questioning about health and viability of Lake Oswego citizens' relationships with each other and with police. Many of us have invested in Respond to Racism as an organization, which has captured our attention, focus, and admiration by pointedly addressing with hard individual personal work and deep soul searching how we relate to one another as neighbors and how we each came to our beliefs about race and racism with our varying degrees of empathy, perspective, and compassion. Many of us are examining our long-held stories and beliefs and listening more carefully and more caringly to understand how others feel and think. But as a community, we have learned that our citizens of color have consistently felt anxious and at risk about threatening, intimidating, and dangerously scary treatment by police. If we white people have totally different relationships with police, reinforced by even seeing pictures in our newspaper of friend-building activities with our local police, it is hard to also embrace that this is not the reality for people of color. Painfully and likely lastingly, people across the world have now been shocked, awakened, and shaken by ongoing, endless, extreme police brutality in some cities that is so opposite how many of us want the world to be. Not all is well, even in Lake Oswego. We must finally ask penetrating questions about police treatment of our citizens of color. What is the philosophy that drives daily functioning of our police department and interactions with our citizens? What are expectations of our local leaders for the police? Why are some citizens treated differently based on color? We are here today to request an audit of our police department to address accountability. If justice were uniformly in place, accountability would not be such a burning hot topic.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Finish up quickly.
Thank you. I think I would only be repeating at that point what others have said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce Poinsett.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're ready to go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Bruce Poinsett. So this is the part where I share the trauma stories, such as when I got accused of robbing the 7-Eleven downtown, when my friend and I were followed by the police from PCC Sylvania all the way down Kerr Parkway into Westlake Park, then stopped for not signaling within 100 feet of a stop sign on a winding road. Or the many times I ironically became the mediator between officers and my white friends who felt pretty emboldened to be as disrespectful as they could and somehow I would always end up with a harsher punishment every single time. I've told these stories before, including to this council as recently as about 3 months ago, and chances are I'll be called to do it again. I've also come here to advocate for police reforms, a community oversight board, an independent equity audit by a culturally relevant firm. And since I have the platform today, we can add getting SROs out of the schools and halting the renewal of the next police union contract to that list. Granted, based on the overwhelming pushback I and others have received for similar suggestions, I have little reason to believe the city will take it seriously. So in lieu of adopting the suggestions, really concessions I've put forward here, I would strongly consider more sweeping options. When you look at things like the disbanding and rebuilding of departments in Minneapolis and Camden, New Jersey, it seems pretty intriguing, if for nothing else, so that the officers actually trying to do the right thing don't have to cover for the bad actors anymore. Some of you might see this as extreme, but I'd counter that with the reality that some of you, through either your actions or even in some cases your words, have made it clear that you're waiting for either a murder or a particularly dramatic act of brutality before you're really willing to fight for this. And to me, that's extreme. And that type of second-class citizenship should be unacceptable to everyone here. But as long as it continues, as long as we only either dismiss this or make the slightest of cosmetic changes, then the outrage you're seeing today in a setting like this, or all on the streets and corners of LO, it's only going to increase. So I'm speaking to the city council today to say that you have the opportunity to do something about this now. It's late, but there's still time. Otherwise,
Mr.
yep.
Poinsett, I'm sorry, but your time is up. Can you
Okay,
finish up fairly quickly?
I can.
Thank you.
So yeah, you have the opportunity to make changes. It's late, it's very late, but don't say anyone didn't tell you. Thank you for your time.
Heidi Scrimshire. Ms. Scrimshire, you're in the meeting. Could you please unmute your mic?
Okay. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
Okay. Thank you, counselors, for the opportunity to speak. I request that the City of Lake Oswego move forward with a community-led review of our police department's actions, policies, culture, and training. It is time for all in our community to sit up and listen to all of our citizens. I believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion. If we believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion, then it is imperative that we as a city review all aspects of policing. The largest line item in the city's budget is police. As such, it should be the very first area we review. I personally don't know what needs to change, but it is critical that we review all aspects of policing and see how we can do better. I say we because this is not an us versus them situation. I'm a proud member of our community, and as such, I want every aspect of our city to be the best it can possibly be. I know as city leaders, you must feel the same and want to do the same thing. This is why I'm asking you to do the right thing and take the time for reflection on how we as a city can be inclusive of all, and then we must take action. Thank you for your consideration.
Rachel Burdick.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I won't worry about that for the sake of time.
Great. We're ready then.
My name is Rachel Burdick, and I'm a resident of Lake Oswego. I want to begin by thanking all of the citizens who have spoken today. And I do not want to waste people's time, so I won't repeat the amazing points that have been made. here today, but I will reiterate the importance of listening and the importance of action, and we must act now. Racism in our community is unacceptable, and we need to act to ensure our community is welcome and safe for everybody. Next, I want to thank the DEI task force members for what they have accomplished so far and for their efforts to come. Your work is critically important, and that is why I asked the council to approve items 4.3. I also agree that changes should be made to the interviewing process of our boards and commissions. Studies have shown that organizations marked by a breadth of ideas and experiences have better outcomes. That is why I support bias awareness training for all members of the boards and commissions interview team, along with members of the boards and commissions. And I agree with including a DEI task force member on the board and commissions of the interview teams themselves. And finally, I think offering video conference as an option for commission and board members is excellent and will help increase the participation in those boards and commissions. In conclusion, I believe that if we listen to each other, we seek to understand each other's experiences, and we work together to find solutions, that we will be better for it as a community. So I strongly ask that these are approved and that we listen to members of our community and that we take action. It is critical and it is time. Thank you.
Tam Hickson.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
My name is Tam Hickson. My mixed race family of 4 has lived in Lake Oswego since 2015. I support agenda items 4.2 and 4.3, but also request that an independent equity audit of the police department include a culturally competent anti-racist consultant. As Black Lives Matter demonstrations against police brutality occur around the world, we have continued to see the police respond with countless examples of excessive force, proving the need for serious, comprehensive reform of our racist criminal justice system. We as a community cannot say that we are committed to being welcoming and inclusive until we acknowledge and take responsibility for our elitist Lake No Negro reputation. Behind the polite smiles, great school ratings, and beautiful scenery, blatant racism is alive in Lake Oswego. To move toward a more justice-centered society and build a community where all people of color are seen and valued, we have to address the anti-Blackness that is deeply woven into this community and dismantle it at every level together. In ongoing discussions with my 6 and 10-year-old kids, they've asked me, "Mom, how come there are adults who haven't learned the difference between right and wrong?" Our kids are watching us. What our leaders choose to do moving forward will speak volumes to those talking about injustices in their homes, but also to those who are not. A community where my Black family, friends, and neighbors feel safe, welcome, supported, and included is not a community or culture of excellence. It's the absolute bare minimum. Thank you.
Representative Andrea Salinas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Studebaker and council members. I'm State Representative Andrea Salinas, and I have the honor of serving Lake Oswego and Southwest Portland in the Oregon Legislature. Since the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis, my colleagues and I in the Legislative People of Color Caucus have been developing various policy proposals, and we recently announced the first initial actions we intend to address in the upcoming legislative special session to improve police accountability. The 3 reform measures focus on, first, police arbitration; second, independent investigations into the use of force by a law enforcement officer; and finally, the formation of a bipartisan work group to recommend further changes on the use of physical force. I'm pleased to report that these proposals have broad bipartisan support. Over the years, my colleague, Senator Lou Frederick, has championed 59 bills related to police reform and accountability. For him, and the rest of us in the POC caucus, the urgency behind these reforms has always been clear, but for various reasons, they've not been prioritized in the legislature. However, the coronavirus pandemic has exposed existing inequities for our communities of color over the past few months, and the latest examples of police brutality opened many Americans' eyes to the need for immediate action and to rethink a system that is built to serve and protect, not intimidate and harm its citizens. It's natural to want to point fingers and place blame for the system we have now. But the truth is, no one decision led to these disparate outcomes in healthcare, business, or law enforcement and incarceration. They're the consequences of decades of decisions rooted in institutional and systemic racism and discrimination. We must all dismantle the pillars of institutional inequities, and that means exploring policy reforms beyond just the criminal justice system. I'm committed to continuing this work at the state level, and I look forward to engaging in the tough conversations, collaborating with all levels of government, including the City Council and LOPD, in order to achieve a more equitable Oregon. Thank you for your time.
Deanna Wyman. Ms. Wyman, you're muted. Wes, are you able to give her an assist there? There we go. Ms. Wyman, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, we're ready when you are.
Thank you. My name is Deanna Beeman, and I have resided in Lake Oswego for 20 years. And before retiring here from California, I worked in public service for 30 years. I've only had one encounter with the LO Police Department during these 20 years, and a minor traffic stop. And I have to say that the encounter was very pleasant. But on the other hand, in thinking about what has been going on in our community for all of these years, I assume that's because I would be known as white privilege. I was shocked a number of months back, or perhaps it's been a year now, about the one encounter on Country Club that an African American man experienced. And I have been shocked to hear more recently the ongoing racism in our city. As such, I certainly recommend adoption of 4.2 and 4.3 to restore the name of our city and its reputation, and that we would never in the future hear the reference to Lake No Negro. Thank you for listening.
Consuelo Romansky. My apologies.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you now. We can't see you.
Oh, well, let me push this too.
There you go.
Okay. Hi, I'm Dr. Romansky. I've lived here for 37 years. I've been a college professor for 35 years, and I want people to know who we are. According to the 2018 census, we are 1% of the population in Lake Oswego. Find that we have one of the largest numbers of BA degrees, but also of the 30% of Lake Oswego residents who have 30% of the graduate degrees, we generally have about 90% okay? We are the corporate executives, the educators, the doctors, the dentists, the engineers, the college professors, the lawyers, the high-level civil servants, landlords, and we're also active in our neighborhood associations. We are not your criminals, okay? 80 to 90% of African Americans here are employed. 19% are veterans. We have served this country. 70% are married. The incomes are from 170 to 190 because of 2 professional incomes. Lake Oswego has a poverty rate of 4.5, but our poverty rate is 0 here. 80% are homeowners versus the average of 71%. Yet, the police seem to target us more than any other group. My white neighbors are shocked and appalled to find that minorities have been stopped by the police and asked, quote, "What is your business in Lake Oswego? And where are you going?" One of our children was stopped by the police who said, "What are you doing here? You know you don't belong here." And he replied, "Yes, my parents own a house here." You know, okay? So, and not only for this particular family, they're not only millionaires, but multi-millionaires. And they own houses here and rentals here. Okay, so he really picked the wrong person. So the police, I think, should really live here so that they know who really lives here, not just guessing who lives here. I would prefer them to pick up the man who chopped up our neighbor with a machete a couple of years ago, that type, as opposed to harassing us. And I don't want any more cases like Mr. Besser, who was targeted.
Mrs.
We
Romansky.
want it to be Lake Oswego, not Lake Oswego, KKK Lake Oswego. Thank you.
Sophia Meniakis.
Hi, thank you for bearing with the technological difficulties. So I would say that I promote the DEI task force, but more importantly, I wanted to share the perspective of someone who's grown up as a child in Lake Oswego. I have lived in Lake Oswego for 17 years of my life. And in those 17 years, I've become increasingly aware of the fact that this place is no home to the African American man. When we grow up as children, we are told that if we are in danger, we tell a trusted adult, we tell an officer of the law, we tell a police officer. But this is not so for the Black children in Lake Oswego. The Black children in Lake Oswego receive a different talk, not one about the birds and the bees, but one about what to do if you are pulled over by a police officer. They are told, put your hands where police officers can see them. Do not reach, do not act threatening. There is a culture of fear around being pulled over by an officer if you are a person of color. I'm sick and tired of seeing this perspective promoted over and over and over again, and seeing precinct after precinct do nothing and having no actual evidence of cultural competency training done. What I would ask for today is that we call for a massive reform of cultural competency training. I ask that police are required to undergo intense cultural competency training and are tested on what they have learned. I ask that those test results be pointed out to the public and shared as public information. I would ask that the Lake Oswego Police Department spend some of its many resources developing community meetings that allow police officers to hold a town hall with their citizens, open up communication with the people of color and Black community. It is their job as officers of the law to listen, to learn, to hear stories of color, to hear voices of color, and to respond to them. If we do not, we will continue to be known as nothing more than Lake No Negro, the city that once let the Ku Klux Klan march down A Avenue without voicing a single word. Thank you for your time.
John Wallen.
Bear with me. Okay, John, go ahead.
All right. Am I on?
You are.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm John Wallen, and I am a Lake Oswego resident and member of the Lake Oswego School Board. Mr. Mayor and councilors, I saw many of you at the student-led Black Lives Matter protest in Millennium Plaza 2 weeks ago. So I know you heard in person what I've heard for several years as a school board member. Our students of color are hurting. They hear racist comments in their classrooms and in the community. They're subjects of racist taunts and continual racist microaggressions. They do not feel they are welcome or that they belong. We are working to change our schools, but we need your help to expand the change to encompass the entire city. We also heard at that protest from Black parents who do not want their children to get their driver's licenses because they're afraid those children will be stopped or worse by the police. As a white father whose third child just got her driver's license, I have enough concerns when my child takes the car. The entirely justified fear experienced by Black parents that their child may have a violent encounter with the police is simply horrific. We must do all we can to enact change. I urge you to please approve the DEI Task Force recommendations in 4.2 and approve item 4.3 to expand the work of the DEI Task Force to eliminate disparities in city services. I think a great first step would be to conduct an independent equity audit of the police under the purview of the DEI Task Force and with full transparency to the community and especially our citizens of color. We can begin to make change when we look at ourselves honestly and act. Thank you.
Gordon Levitt.
Miss Recorder, I have a note here to read somebody's comment.
Would that be Mr. Levitt?
That's where you have it. I feel like that might be an error.
I believe that he's to be ushered into the room and that he might be reading this comment.
Gotcha. Sorry.
We can get confirmation from Mr. Levitt. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion there. I'm here now. My name's Gordon Levitt, and I'm the District Director for Senate Majority Leader Rob Wagner. Senator Wagner represents Lake Oswego, Westland, Tualatin, and Southwest Portland in the legislature. At the state level, Senator Wagner strongly supports the proposals advanced by the Legislative People of Color Caucus, as detailed by Representative Salinas. I'll now read testimony from Senator Wagner, who unfortunately was unable to be here to testify today. Thank you, Mayor Studebaker and Lake Oswego City Councilors for the opportunity to provide public comment. The calls for action against racism and for police accountability are not part of a moment, but part of a movement. Black Lives Matter in Lake Oswego, across the United States, and around the world. It is critically important that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force seek thoughtful guidance so that our city can ensure meaningful law enforcement oversight and accountability. I support Agenda Item 4.2, implementation of the DEI Task Force recommendations, and Agenda Item 4.3, expanding the work of the DEI Task Force. We need partnership and leadership at every level to address systemic racism in government. This isn't just a one-off effort. It requires sustained attention and integration into policy and budget priorities. Also, it shouldn't be the responsibility for people of color in our communities to have to constantly educate the white population about the need for this work to happen. And the work shouldn't be relegated to just a DEI committee. We need allyship and sustained attention on addressing the history and legacy of racism in our city. Thank you for your work to make Lake Oswego a more just and safe community. Thank you, that's all.
Claire Fennell.
Madam Recorder,
Yes.
looking at whether we should take a break, how many more people do we have?
You have about a dozen more people.
Or should we start now? Sorry.
Well, Ms. Fennell, if you just hold up, Mayor Studebaker, if you'd like to take a break, perhaps we can wait till Ms. Fennell is finished with her comment.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Claire Fennell, and I'm a recent graduate of Lake Ridge High School. As a young adult in our community, I can say my peers and I are tired of telling you how we feel. We're tired of hearing that you're going to do better because we've heard it so many times in so many places. Instead of trying the same thing again, the same thing I've been trying for my entire high school career, I'm going to give you some statistics. In Lake Oswego, in 2017, there were 15 violent crimes. We presently allocate over $29 million in resources to the police. We allocate about $11 million to our libraries, where people could go to read about how to be actively anti-racist. We're allocating almost $2 million in police for every citizen affected by a violent crime, and a little more than $250 in libraries for every literate citizen. We could make our city safer by investing here. With 15 violent crimes a year, we have a violent crime about every 24 days. In contrast, there is a suicide in Clackamas County every 5 days, about 5 times more often. The fact that our current mental health response is left to the police is hugely problematic. I've had friends not call for help simply because they don't want a cop to respond. We could make our city safer by investing in independent services to address the second most frequent cause of death in Oregon. Last year, Lake Oswego was named the safest city in Oregon. I'm here to tell you we're not. Not for Black citizens that have been followed and profiled by our police, not for those referred to as Milo and Nilo, and not for students in our school district that have had to fight to be heard after experiencing racism. So maybe I'm living in the safest city in Oregon, and maybe people who look like me are too, including the majority of the members of our city council. But if we use that as our metric without empathy for others, we will continue to be an unwelcoming and racist community. More than that, we will always be a place that could kill the next George Floyd or Breonna Taylor. Divest from the police and invest in the citizens you claim to care about. If you're unwilling, I urge you to resign. If you're cutting people off and devaluing the perspectives you're supposedly calling for, I sincerely recommend you consider what you're actually valuing in these conversations. Thank you.
Mayor, are you interested in taking a break at this point? Okay, then I would say you're muted. I think that looked like a yes. You'd like to take a break? Here we
Guys
go.
nod if you want to take a break.
Okay, so if you'd please mute your mics, and those of you that are left in the attendees room, give us a good 5 minutes and we'll be back. Okay, the next speaker then is Levi Barnes.
Hey everybody, I'm out running errands. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're
My name is
ready?
Levi Barnes. I just wanted to take a quick minute to echo some of the things that were said. We need concrete policies and not just training. Training is great, and I'm glad to hear that police are being trained, but we need policies in place that forbid things like chokeholds and require a comprehensive reporting, including reporting of threats of violence, not just acts of violence. There's a lot of good research out there on useofforceproject.org, and that's actually all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I apologize to this commenter in advance. Meta, will you tell me how to say your last name?
Yeah. Hi. Can everyone hear me?
We can sure hear you. We're not able to see you.
Okay. I'm Mete Bakarjola, and I'm going to be a rising senior at Lake Ridge High School, and I'm here to support agenda items 4.2 and 4.3. As all of the testimonies have made clear, racism is ingrained in LO's history, and it still persists in LO's culture. Redlining in the city's past has become gentrification today. Blatant racism still occurs at our schools. And now more than ever, we need local governments to connect with their communities. That means a community-led or a DEI-led review that listens to and respects underrepresented voices is something that just isn't given enough importance in our status quo, and that needs to change. Given the injustices that have been brought to light in the recent weeks, passing these agenda items is simply common sense. By passing items 4.2 and 4.3, you, our city councilors, are taking a step in acknowledging these injustices. You're establishing a trust between our local government and the people that it is meant to serve. However, by not willing to engage in this conversation, by when we are just about to return from our break, by when Mayor Kent Studebaker, he exclaimed 13 more testimonies as if that's a bad thing. By not being able to engage in that conversation, by not being willing to hear everybody out, that's the exact thing that's corrosive to our city, and it's what perpetuates LO's racist culture. So please, everybody, all the city councilors, Mayor Studebaker, be willing to be open-minded, be willing to listen, and that is all.
Jennifer Pranger.
Senator does not appear to be with us this evening.
Okay, Jennifer Doherty, please.
Hi there, my name is Jennifer Doherty. I grew up in Lake Oswego. I graduated from Lake Oswego Junior High and High School, and now my daughter attends school in the district. I'm here to add my voice in support of our community members of color and their shared experiences. As such, I support agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 related to the implementation of the DEI task force recommendations. And I also request that any equity audit of the police included a culturally relevant and police department knowledgeable consultant. In addition, our city's recognition of and work to reverse its known and long-standing pejorative name of Lake No Negro should be visible. We should be able to see tangible change in the representational voices of this community. We should be able to see transparent data on police department activity and obvious steps to reform so that all visitors to our city feel safe and protected. Let's make Lake Oswego a leader in this work rather than a city that has to be shamed into doing this work. Thank you very much for your time.
John Bartho.
Hello.
Hi, we're ready to go.
Hello, I'm John Bartho. I'm a Lake Oswego resident and a father of Lake Ridge graduates. I also support the agenda items to further empower the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. I view personally Lake Oswego as a community of love, and I ask that your actions amplify and show this love by supporting the recommendations of the DEI Task Force. Black Lives Matter. Recent events and a rising awareness are calling us as a community to take action. Recently, I attended a Black Lives Matter protest organized in our own Millennium Park Plaza. On the plaza, Black and citizens of color told the several hundred in attendance that the same injustices we read and hear about afar are also found here in our own community. They shared situations in Lake Oswego of Blacks being harassed and not welcome in our community. And young and courageous students from our own high school helped arrange this event. Barely able to express themselves, some sadly told heartbreaking personal stories of bias and discrimination. I thank them for their courage, and I encourage you to listen to our rising young adults and future leaders. I encourage the council to help us rise together to the broader concerns of all humanity, no matter how uncomfortable the conversations may be, and by doing so, help Lake Oswego become a stronger, more inclusive community. Black lives do matter. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lauren Corder, and she had to disconnect due to connectivity reasons, and she asked that this brief statement be read from Lauren Corder. I want the city councilors to know that I am in strong support of banning chokeholds and establishing independent oversight of the police department. I want to implore the city council to divest funds from the police force and instead invest in mental health services, de-escalation, and crisis intervention training for police officers. I am in support of agenda items 4.2 and 4.3. Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Waterbury.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're ready to go.
Okay. My name is Amy Waterbury, and I've lived in Lake Oswego for 12 years. I'm speaking today on behalf of LO for Love, a grassroots community group working on local DEI issues since 2016, and I'm also a member of Respond to Racism. I attended a session at work last week at Kaiser Permanente in which a Black physician colleague spoke with great pain in her voice about wishing that her 2 young children could stay little so that she won't have to worry about them someday fitting a profile and being harassed or killed by police. I am here to advocate during this pivotal time in history for a community review of LO Police Department policies, actions, culture, and training. The voices and experiences of people of color in our community need to be heard, believed, and acknowledged. The ultimate goal is that necessary changes are made so that Black and Brown members of our community and those passing through feel safety for themselves and for their children. I recognize that police officers have a hard job and that they are members of the community. Showing support for people of color and supporting the police department's role in public safety are not mutually exclusive. A partnership and sustained dialogue with the community will serve to increase LOPD officers' ability to be equipped to ensure the safety of all members of our community. I also want to say that I fully support approval of the 2 motions under agenda items 4.2 and 4.3 and thank the city and the DEI task force for their important work. Thank you.
Mateus Wen.
Hello, can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. We're ready.
Cool. Okay. Hello, my name is Mateus Wen, and I'm commenting today on police review and reform. As a sophomore at Lake Oswego High School, I will speak about student resource officers, aka SROs. While I don't know exactly how the City Council affects the placement of SROs, they are still police officers, so I believe this is an appropriate forum to share my concerns, and I thank the Council for this opportunity. It has come to my knowledge through speaking with students of color that both attend and have graduated from this district that SROs have committed microaggressions and set up uncomfortable and sometimes re-traumatizing experiences for them. I also understand that many white students, including myself, don't usually share that same experience. This discrepancy of experiences suggests SROs lack the training or education in unconscious bias and how to interact with Black students and students of color. I ask to ensure that if SROs remain in our schools, they receive proper training regarding all youth interactions to include DEI training and learning to understand their own unconscious biases and how they affect the kids they work with. Students of color must never feel uncomfortable or traumatized at school by the presence of those who are placed there to offer protection and safety. It is also important for students to have knowledge and understanding of the purpose of SROs in our schools. Again, if we continue to have SROs in LOSD schools, we must ensure officers in school are properly trained and not intentionally or unintentionally negatively affecting any student based on the color of their skin. Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Margot Sidlin, not able to be here and asks that these comments be read into the record. Having recently graduated from Lake Oswego High School, I share a common experience with every Lake Oswego student regarding the Lake Oswego Police Department. Each of us can remember meeting and having relationships with student resource officers going back as early as the beginning of elementary school. While meeting and developing relationships with those officers was a positive experience for me, for many of my contemporaries who sat in the same classrooms as I did do not share a similarly positive view of that exposure to the LOPD. I want to echo the concerns of people of color in our community regarding equity in city services, such as the police department, and acknowledge that our community is only safe if every individual in our community feels protected. As such, I would like to express my support for an independent equity audit of city services like the LOPD. Furthermore, I ask the City Council to reaffirm their support for our community's people of color by passing the motion to have the DEI task force give recommendations regarding disparities in city services. Thank you, Margot Sidlin. Next speaker is Devin Parker.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're ready for you.
All right. My name is Devin Parker. I've been a resident of Lake Oswego for 4 years. I doubt there's much I can add to what you've already heard. As a cisgender white male Christian, I am the intended beneficiary of the racist system established by our state's founders. So I'm the last person who's likely to notice that there's a problem. The violence I've seen carried out by police against unarmed protesters in what seems like every major city across the United States has convinced me that whatever the intentions of individual officers, there is a systemic problem with police departments in this country. I have friends in police departments in other cities. While I trust them as individuals, I can no longer say that I trust police departments as an institution. Combined with the rise of white nationalist groups in the Portland area over the last 4 years, this revelation has made it clear to me that we need to be proactive against racism rather than reactive. I want to urge the council to heed our fellow Black citizens and fellow citizens of color in their call for police transparency, accountability, and, as Bruce Poinsett proposed, fundamental transformation. I stand with Respond to Racism LO in calling for formalized community oversight and an independent equity audit of the Lake Oswego Police Department. I experience Lake O as a peaceful place where I can take my dog for a walk around the neighborhood and not feel any concern for my own safety when I see a police car drive past. That our Black neighbors and neighbors of color cannot enjoy the same experience is a moral and ethical failing on our part as a city. Given Oregon's explicitly racist history as a white ethno-state, In the words of Angela Davis, it is not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Ella Feathers.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ella. We just can't see you.
Oh, that's okay. I have something over the camera.
Great.
Okay. Mayor Studebaker and members of council, I am deeply concerned by the presence of police in our community on all levels, but I only have 2 minutes, so here is a personal story that highlights one issue: cops as the response to mental health crises. 2 years ago, a person very close to me was in a severe mental health crisis. They were clearly a danger to themselves, and it was a situation beyond what I could handle. I was 16, I was scared, nobody was home with me. I didn't know who to call, so I called 911. 2 police officers arrived. They took this person into a room away from me and aggressively questioned them. Luckily, when she came back and had some time and space to calm down, they verified that she was no longer in immediate danger. They gave me a list of names and numbers of mental health hotlines and left. The irony: the cops handed me a card with people I could call who knew how to handle the situation better than they did. Unfortunately, in a situation of panic like that, when someone close to you has a suicide attempt, nobody thinks to dial a hotline. They just dial the emergency number. Lake Oswego needs people other than armed police officers to handle situations like these. Too often, needs in our community are met with violence and aggression rather than empathy and understanding. Police did not know how to best handle this situation. In the event that this sort of crisis ever happens again, I want to know who to call. I want to have somebody other than them to call. And I want to know that they will not show up on my doorstep with a gun and lack of training. Thank you.
Mayor Studebaker and council, at this time, we want to just do a quick last run through to see there were a number of people that may not have been dialed into the meeting at the right time. So I want to know if Joe with White and Kennedy is present to speak. Wes, I don't see him.
No, I ran through the list. I made note of everybody that we had to skip, and I do not see anybody else in the meeting. I encourage people, if we are overlooking somebody that registered to comment, to send a chat to the panelist group.
Why don't we wait a couple of minutes just to make sure no one is trying to get through to us?
Mayor, I understand that you have arranged for Councilor Mans to make some comments. Perhaps while we're waiting to make sure that we've heard from all the attendees, she could go ahead and make her comments.
It's not just Councilor Mans. Any other councilor wants to make statements is encouraged to do so. Go ahead, Councilor Mans.
Tonight, we've heard powerful, compelling, heartfelt testimony from more than 60 citizens. This is progress that we should be proud of. A Lake Oswego on the path to a more just and equitable future. But as I listen, it is imperative to remember that we've not come to this point easily, and the journey ahead will no doubt be rocky. You know, we dream that we'll see the summit, and I trust we will, but much work remains to be done. Now, tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. It's incumbent on all of us, and I say all of us on council and all of us as citizens of our city, to look at our city's history. The stolen land of the native people, the labor of Chinese people who received little or no pay for building our iron smelters and railroads. In this history of ours, we know that to have Black skin in Lake Oswego meant exclusionary real estate covenants and restrictions that clearly stated that whites need only apply, as recently as 1949. Pejorative and racist incidents in our cities and institutions over the years are well documented. This history, this beginning, if you will, beginning for me at least, is painful and a demeaning history that sought to erase the stories of those who bore the brunt of racism and exclusion. That's a part of our history, as well as the achievements and the goodness that we've been able to do over the years. To believe that we have somehow cleaned the slate, and again, I speak for all of us, by acknowledging that, yes, absolutely, Black Lives Matter is performative, not substantive. We all must work, and we will work to make changes. And again, I speak to the whole community, not simply the council. That is who we Lake Oswegoans are. We are generous of heart and spirit. We give of our time and of our resources like no other place that I've ever lived in my life. The past will not be our future, but we must understand from whence we came. With understanding, dialogue, reform, and yes, difficult, messy work, we will build a future free from fear and hatred. So I thank you for the time, all of you, my colleagues and anyone watching, for listening to what some may perceive as too much and some may perceive as not enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kohlhoff, I think you wanted to say something.
I wanted to get a bit in the weeds about what we were talking about for 4.2 and 4.3. So if that's an appropriate time, that's what I'd like to do for a few minutes.
I think we're going to get into that after we finish here.
Those items are coming your way.
Okay, let me just wait to do that then.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamont, did you have something? Okay, anybody else? Councillor Nguyen.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor, for giving me time. Just wanted to say, I just want to thank the people of color that have demonstrated just bravery and just being able to speak out, certainly in a community like this. And being a person of color myself, I know the feeling of how it is to speak out against the majority. And I want to applaud you for your bravery, and I know it takes a lot of courage to do that. I also want to thank the white allies. It's a word that I say because there's no other word for it. There are people in this community that have really spoken the words that I cannot speak, or the people of color cannot speak, because unfortunately in this community, we don't want to be the one that is rocking the boat, because rocking the boat for a lot of us means missed opportunities, in the most severe cases, being victims of violence. And I just ask that, that we as council, we as the elected leaders of this great city, that we take a long, hard look. And when people come to you and share with you about some of the struggles that they face and some of the things that they've experienced, I pray that you would listen. Just simply listen, and not try to find another reason why, this community is, that person didn't mean that, or that person is just another crazy neighbor. And that's just precisely what is going on. That we afford the benefit of the doubt to those that are born with lighter skin. And I think that in a lot of ways, we have to really come with the reality that it's not easy to deal with this. And I, as a person that is kind of in between, I have not experienced the level of discrimination that a Black man does. But I've had my fair share of being careful what I say and what I do. And even to this day, the things that I do, the things that I choose to participate in are very carefully selected. And that's the experience of a lot of people of color in this community. And I've shared with several of my colleagues on council it's by no accident that I choose to be involved with things I do. And when I ran for council 2 years ago, I was not aware that in this community, in this 21st century, that I would be the first and only person of color ever elected to the city council. And I just implore you as my fellow councilors, as fellow leaders here, that we would take pause and just listen. Just because I'm not as boisterous in council does not mean that everything is okay here. And as one of our fellow citizens had pointed out, as a person of white privilege, it's difficult to see the problems and the issues that people of color face. And again, my simple request is that you listen and not come up with a reason why that person said the thing they did or say whatever it is, whatever they did. But I ask and implore you that you would take a long, hard look and not participate in that microaggression that many of us face. It's not that, I've been handcuffed or I've been pinned to the ground, but many of those microaggressions cut far deeper and have much lasting, longer impacts. And I will end with this, that during this coronavirus pandemic, I think it's caused a lot of us to take pause and to really think about, what is important in our everyday lives here. And I've also thought very carefully about, my interactions with the community. And when my kids go out, with the rise in boldness in racial discrimination against Blacks, against Asian Americans as well, and against the Latino community and LGBTQ community, those are things that are real. And I guess, again, I cannot stress that for my fellow white counselors, please listen. The community is speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Nguyen. We'll begin with the agenda, but I want to say to all the citizens who have testified, thank you for taking the time, for making the effort, for opening up to us. We'll do our best to listen to you.
Mayor, I might just mention that we did give another look over the list, and we appear to have allowed everyone to have the time to speak that they requested.
Okay, so we have nobody else that wants to speak at this time?
That's correct.
Right. On our agenda, under council business, the first item is item 4.1, a discussion of policing practices. Chief Jorgensen, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good afternoon. And thank you to the citizens who have participated. To echo Councilor Nguyen's comments, it's always good to sit and listen, and to be able to sit here and listen to our community has indeed been very good. The events in Minneapolis surrounding the killing of George Floyd while in police custody have had a tremendous and sobering impact in our communities and law enforcement throughout our nation and in our community, as we can see. The action of one officer and the inaction of 3 officers have shown the inconsistency that our profession struggles with throughout the country. Although this wasn't the first of these events, it was one of the most profound. We continue to see the dramatic examples of the fragile and often fearful relationships that still exist between law enforcement and the communities we serve. We recognize the partnerships between law enforcement and our communities are built on trust and worthy of everyone's best efforts every day. These incidents are not our profession's best efforts. We believe trust and support are built through appropriate consistency of action, transparency, and positive engagement. Fostering trust between law enforcement and our communities is a continuous process reflected in many of our professional practices and initiatives. It is a reason why our department places such an importance on training in areas of law, our physical and technical skills, and our cognitive and behavioral skills. It's why we examine issues of implicit bias and engage in local partnerships like Respond to Racism and Word is Bond. And I know many of us are familiar with Respond to Racism and our partnership with them. If you're not familiar with Word is Bond, I would encourage everyone to go to their website and look it up. It is why we actively participate in events like You in Blue, Building Bridges of Understanding, the Multi-City Equity Summit that just happened this past year, and the Museum of Tolerance, where we got to partner with the Lake Oswego School District and Respond to Racism to bring back meaningful and impactful events for our community. We believe relationships like those just mentioned will help us move towards a true community policing model that will meet the needs of all of our community members. This afternoon, I'm presenting on the 8 can't wait questions that have generated many questions and concerns, not only in our community, but in communities around the nation. Before we jump into those particular questions, there are 2 or 3 subjects that we'll need to explore to put context to the questions and answers. A lot has been said tonight about having policy and the right policies and procedures in place. But really, if we don't have the right people through hiring, we have fallen short, and policies and procedures will fall by the wayside. So I'd like to spend just a moment on our hiring and screening process. The decision we make about the people we hire to serve as police officers are the most important in shaping the culture of the department and building trust within the community. We have a thorough process before we hire any person to work as an officer. We can teach just about anyone the technical aspects of our work. We find it harder to teach people some of the more critical aspects of our work. For example, we look for people who have good communication skills, good problem-solving skills, customer service skills, decision-making skills under high levels of stress, conflict resolution skills, and have demonstrated those skills. This starts with multiple interviews with different people where the person is asked questions to elicit this information. We do a comprehensive background investigation with those that pass the interview phase. During this background, we talk to their current employer, we look at work habits, interpersonal skills, communication styles, and we see if they have shown us in the interviews that is consistent with what we've learned in the background. We talk to coworkers, friends, family, landlords, neighbors, and then generate other names through those people to contact looking for the same information. If the candidate is from outside our metro area, we go to their current place of residence to do this background. We don't rely simply on phone calls. We have sent investigators all over the United States to do backgrounds for people interested in working here. It is well worth the investment up front to thoroughly vet all of our candidates. As part of the background, we contact the Department of Public Safety Standards and Training to see if they've ever worked at another agency in our state. There isn't currently a national database, but if that person has worked in Oregon for another agency, they will have a record of that employment. After the background is finished, we send the person to a psychologist who specializes in pre-employment exams for law enforcement candidates. For a detailed psychological exam that includes personality testing and an in-depth interview with the doctor. The personality test utilized is validated and evidence-based, so the test and the performance that the officer will likely do are linked. The test includes dimensions around emotional control, judgment and adaptability, work attitudes, cognitive functions, and interpersonal behaviors. It is in the interpersonal behaviors category that biases are explored, both explicit and implicit. And it's where conflict resolution skills are assessed, to see if that candidate has the ability to do something other than use of force to get a resolution done at an incident. We only hire candidates that successfully pass the exam and the doctor deems qualified. I can tell you that there are candidates that are disqualified at this stage of the process. This serves as one more check in our decision-making process. Once we've hired somebody, the next phase is training. Once a candidate is hired, we put them through a thorough training program called the Field Training Evaluation Program, or FTEP. The first phase of the program is an orientation phase where they spend 6 to 8 weeks with our dedicated training officer learning the basics of our department. They are assigned a series of specially trained field training officers after that 6 to 8 weeks, and will get about 21 weeks of on-the-job training. The new recruits are evaluated and graded each day, like a report card, during their training. They receive written feedback on the good as well as any issues that they need to work on. The training officer is able to correct any issues as they come up. But at any point during this training, if we start to see counterproductive traits, they can be dismissed. These daily written evaluations are also reviewed by a supervisor overseeing the training program and by our department's overall training officer. In addition to FTEP, they will be sent to a police academy for 16 weeks of training. The police academy is located in Salem. During this time, they receive instructions on implicit bias, procedural justice, ethics, case law, as well as numerous technical skills. They are tested and have to maintain a certain level of proficiency or will be dismissed. So the new officer will get about 11 months of training before they work as a solo officer. We then have ongoing training that all of us have to maintain throughout the year. Our department has an excellent training program that is scenario-based, that has the officers use communication and de-escalation techniques when training on interactions with community members. We also have all of our officers, after they go through their initial training, attend a 40-hour crisis intervention training course. During this course, we learn how to recognize and de-escalate those who might be experiencing a mental health crisis. We also have de-escalation training, many of you were able to attend a small sample of this a few years ago down in council chambers. One of the most recent skills-based training we had in December, we had 3 or 4 scenarios where we used those de-escalation and communication skills to resolve the incident without using any force. I mention these trainings because some of the questions revolving around the 8 can't wait questions are really training issues that we need to address. The last, before we jump into the 8 can't wait, is the use of force. Use of force and what governs our application is actually out of the United States Supreme Court. There are 2 United States Supreme Court cases that regulate police use of force. They are Graham versus Connor and Tennessee versus Garner. Essentially, these 2 cases supply the framework for which all force or seizures are examined to determine if they're reasonable, given the circumstances presented at the time. They recognize that circumstances involving force are often dynamic, tense, uncertain, and rapidly unfolding, but still require the actions of the officers to be objectively reasonable under the totality of the circumstances in light of what they are encountering. These cases don't discuss specific tactics that should be used because each situation encountered could be completely different from the next. And one type of tactic may be appropriate in one situation, but completely inappropriate in another. But they do call out 4 factors that officers must analyze when determining any application of force. The first is the severity of the offense, or what was the crime. The immediacy of the threat present to the public or to the officer, whether the person was attempting to evade arrest, or was the person resisting arrest, actively resisting the arrest. These 4 factors, along with objectively reasonable, are what the U.S. Supreme Court says our use of force must be judged on. Our use of force policy, which guides us when applying any sort of force, is written to this standard. Any application of tool or equipment is also guided by this standard. In addition, there is also a Ninth Circuit Court case that we have to adhere to since we belong to the Ninth Circuit. It is Hayes versus San Diego that adds another factor that needs to be considered. In this case, it requires officers to examine what the governmental interest is in the apprehension of the person and tells us that we can't create our own urgency in forcing the matter. This is where our de-escalation training is important and where, at least in our department, we spend time in scenarios working through different methods of de-escalation. During all of our department and service training in applying force, we go over our use of force policy and the court cases that guides our application of that force. What I just discussed will help us put into context some of the 8 can't wait questions that we are here to talk about this afternoon. Most of these we're already meeting as a department. The first one that we can discuss is requiring officers to de-escalate before resorting to force. We discuss this, as mentioned, at every skills-based training that our department does. Our officers work towards peaceful resolutions whenever possible, and that is typically and the most routinely accomplished with respectful treatment and fair application of the law. The vast majority of our community contacts end just like this. There are circumstances where de-escalation can sometimes be less effective, and that is usually when we encounter a person who is suffering from some psychosis, often drug or intoxicant related, or has demonstrated an intent to harm others and is unwilling to compromise in that goal. In those situations, we work to keep them and the public safe and get the right resources as quickly as we can. Those resources often are medical or behavioral health units. And in those situations, we do the best not to inflame the situation or create our own urgency. Number 2, limit the kinds of force that can be used to respond to specific forms of resistance. Here is a first reference to the term mentioned before, objective reasonableness. There are some tools like tasers that have recommended and discouraged uses, and we train to those protocols, also using the objective reasonable standard. For example, it isn't objectively reasonable to use a taser on a passive resistant person. We train our officers to be very methodical and diligent in their analysis of the incident, with the goal being to bring about a safe resolution to the incident using appropriate amount of force, if any. And as I mentioned before, usually ends without any force. Require an officer to give a verbal warning before using force. Our policy, as well as case law and training, instruct that our officers should give a verbal warning prior to using force when feasible. Knowing there are some situations where it cannot be feasibly done due to the rapid nature of the incident, we also train to this standard in our in-service skills training. We always say a verbal warning while training before practicing any skill we are training on. So as we're lining up, for example, using tasers, we always give a verbal warning before we actually deploy our taser in training. 4, prohibit officers from shooting at moving vehicles. Our policy and training discourage shooting at moving vehicles as it is rarely effective, but we do not prohibit it entirely. It would depend, again, on the objective reasonableness of the action in the absence of any other technique that is more likely to affect the stop. Let's say an officer tried to stop a vehicle for only speeding and the driver tried to elude the officer and would not stop. If that was all that was demonstrated was that the speeding violation and the elude, shooting at the vehicle would not be objectively reasonable given those circumstances. If there was a situation where a vehicle was driving around and the driver or occupants were actively shooting at people or attempting to run people over, like the incident near Santa Barbara a few years back, shooting at a vehicle to get it to stop might be objectively reasonable if no other effective options were reasonable at the time. 5, require officers to exhaust all alternative to deadly force might also, and we also call this maybe a force continuum that had been popular years ago. Those types of structures are less than ideal as a blanket policy because it implies certain exact steps or tactics should be followed in a particular order, which may not be effective and may delay the appropriate response. Depending on the situation, the level of response to the threat may be more significant and in others not as heightened. For example, an active shooter incident at a school could necessitate immediate lethal intervention to save lives. There is also case law from the United States Court of Appeals in the Seventh Circuit that says in part, the Fourth Amendment does not require officers to use the least intrusive or even the even less intrusive alternatives in search and seizure cases. The only test is whether what the officers actually did was reasonable. 6, restrict chokeholds. This was discontinued many years ago at the police academy. Well, let me start over again. This was discontinued many years ago at the police academy and at the state level. And the police academy no longer teaches the carotid restraint or chokehold. Our policy only allows us to use methods and holds that are department approved and that we are trained on the use of, except in deadly force situations. If an officer were to use a chokehold outside the deadly force exemption, they would be subject to discipline. 7, require officer to stop colleagues from exercising excessive force. Our use of force policy and teachings require our officers to intervene promptly and to immediately report the incident to a supervisor in those cases. 8, require comprehensive reporting on use of force. I would like to spend some time on this topic as I believe this is where our safeguards are when we are looking at use of force incidents. We thoroughly document every use of force in a police report, even those situations and incidents where force wasn't used but was displayed. For example, only pointing a taser at someone is documented. I would like to walk you through an incident and the checks that we employ in our use of force reporting. When an officer has a use of force incident that is documented in the report, that report is turned in and then reviewed by the officer's immediate supervisor. Once that supervisor has looked at it, it is then passed on to the patrol lieutenant for their review. At the same time, it goes to our training officer for their review of correct application and to the captain who reviews all the use of force reports monthly. This is done so that we have an early warning system in place to make sure that any use of force is consistent with the law, our policy, and training. If there is an issue, we can identify it quickly and address it at that time. Those reports are then filed, and at the end of the year, all the reports are again looked at, and analysis is done on that report, on all the reports for the year. This is done by the captain, the patrol lieutenant, and the training officer. Again, we are looking for compliance to the law, our policy, and our training. A review is then prepared by the training officer to document any issues that are identified as it relates to the use of force in the general sense of all the reports. For example, if we notice that an application is ineffective or we have a training issue with a certain tool, we can look at any trends in that use of force and make those corrections. With all this said, I can't help but think that some have made some assumptions about our department, the dedicated women and men of our department, and how we engage in community policing. It is understandable on a national level why people feel the way they do about law enforcement. And I'm glad that we're having this dialogue. Again, going back to, I think it's important to have these relationships with our communities to find out exactly where those stressors are. It's always good to ask questions, find ways to learn firsthand about something, and for us to get feedback on those changes that we can do to make our community and police department better. That is our goal. With that, I'm sure there are questions, and I would be happy to answer any of those that I can.
Councilor Lamont, you had a question?
Yes, Chief, thank you for that overview. I think that clears up a lot of things that people might have thought weren't in place or suspected that we were or were not paying attention. This is a very painful subject, and I want to thank you for your thoroughness. And as we've all said, including Councilor Mans and Councilor Wynn, we have a lot of work to do. And I appreciate the fact that you and a lot of your officers are out in the community a lot. And could we be out there more? Yes. Could we be more proactive in schools? Yes. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions that have been on my mind, and also through my research and writing, reading, and then also what neighbors have been asking me and citizens have been asking me. So if I could add to the list, the first one you already started to talk about, and that is when an officer may be a good officer in the beginning of their career, but things happen down the road. They're having spousal trouble, they're having drinking or drug problems, or just they're becoming an issue with mental health. How does it go when you start to find into the career? How are you checking and rechecking the psych evaluation, so to speak, so that an officer is having issues, we're not having them on the street with a gun? That's the first question.
We've had it for a while now, but the state mandated all police departments to have a wellness program, and that includes different checks and balances so that officers can have a place to check in with. So our wellness program not only is a three-legged, as we like to call it, there's a physical component to it, making sure that we stay fit. There is, this is from the FBI, there's a spiritual component, whatever that means to people. And then there's a mental health component. And so we'll address the mental health. We have a peer support team that is available to officers that they can check in with a peer support team and get some counseling. We have an employee assistance program that is through the city that they can check in with. And then we also, through a police-specific psychologist, we can send officers that request to have some check-ins with a mental health professional. Those are the kind of the situations that we have built in so that officers who want the help or peer support that can see that the officers need the help can contact them. In addition to that, our policy kind of have the aspect that if we
Next question is, again, a few complaints, because everybody complains about getting pulled over for speeding, but when it gets to be somebody's getting roughed up or worse, he had 20 complaints and he's still in the police department. How do we have our procedure process there for complaints from the public, from our citizens, and then what is the discipline process from there?
So we track all of our complaints. Whenever anybody makes a complaint against an officer or a dispatcher or a records clerk or anybody in the police department, we track those complaints. And without getting, I won't go into a great detail, but there's a procedure that we go through to make sure that we give the officer due process as well as protects the city. And depending on the nature and reviewing their personnel files and reviewing their evals and reviewing their complaints and reviewing all those things with that agency. Different states have different rules. So if you're in Oregon, we have pretty good luck. In addition to that, there is a law that went into effect, if I'm not mistaken, or an OAR that went into effect, I think in January, and it could have been last July, I can't remember, that requires police departments that are going to hire anyone including laterals or brand new cops, that we have to run their name through DPSST. So if somebody leaves the Lake Oswego Police Department under investigation, if they retire under investigation, if they resign under investigation, if they're terminated under investigation, any of those things, we actually have to tell that to DPSST, and then DPSST opens up a case on that person, and then they have it down there. So if somebody from another agency wants to come here and they've got a case open at DPSST, we have to actually get it cleared through DPSST before we can hire them.
Thank you.
So that's the two safeguards that are in place: the background and DPSST.
Thank you.
Chief, I have a question for you. You've heard conversations about people getting stopped just without any so-called reason 2 or 3 times in one trip if they're persons of color. How are you going to avoid that? Is there anything you see you can do to stop that kind of practice, or do you want to?
So this is what I would encourage anybody that has a profiling complaint. There's 2 ways, this kind of goes back to maybe some questions. There's 2 ways to file a complaint, especially in profiling. One is through the police department, which I can understand people being hesitant to do. The second way is through the Criminal Justice Commission, which is an office that reports to the governor. They have a website. That's where all of our, and this is for another meeting, I know, but that's where all of our stop information goes that we keep track of. They're also tasked with tracking all the profiling complaints. And one of the things that they do is they have a resource that's online. Somebody had mentioned in the comments that if there was an online tool that they could type for 5 minutes and do a complaint, that would be much more beneficial than actually going to the police. So that's actually the tool that's available to them. It's called CJC, or Criminal Justice Commission. And then they would take the complaint, they would ultimately send it to us, and then we would have to investigate it. But anybody that has any of those stories or complaints, I would encourage you to let us know, because we don't want that. That's not part of our culture, and that's not what we want to have. Since most of our stops, absent somebody that doesn't have their MAV recording, are recorded and they're held for about 180 days, we can quickly and efficiently go and look at that stop and figure out exactly what happened. And again, all we need to do is have the information, the date, around where it happened, their car license plate, any of that information, we can narrow down and figure out exactly what happened.
And you have enough information that you can see if there's a practice of pulling people over for no good reason, you can find that. Is that correct?
Right, because when we turn on our MAVs, one of the things that happens when we turn on our MAV recordings, which are activated by us turning on our lights, the recording actually goes back 30 seconds and records, in a lot of cases, the actual incident, the traffic violation that happened. So yes, we can ferret that out fairly quickly.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Yes, Councilor Nguyen.
Sorry. Thank you, Chief, for answering those questions. I had a question in response to the, one of the eight suggestions. But in regards to the duty to intervene, I heard you say that in those instances, officers are required to report to their supervisor cases of excessive force. Well, what happens if it's during the moment? Do you empower your officers to be able to step in and act as a good Samaritan and say, look, this is inappropriate, and because what we don't want to have happen is, well, after the fact there's a tragedy and then they report to the supervisor that this happened. It's something that I think about too. Is that do we have some sort of policy where if a fellow police officer is on site and and is witnessing a situation like that, do they have authority to intervene?
Yes, they do. And not only do they have the authority, they have the duty to. And that's actually what it's called in our policy, the duty to intercede. So whenever they witness a use of force that is excessive, they have that duty to intercede and have the authority to stop that force.
The other question I had was kind of as a follow-up to Councilor Lamont's question about the database. So are there instances where, I mean, are there loopholes that you're aware of where if an officer is retires without an investigation or some sort of allegation, are there loopholes that you're aware of where an officer may do a lateral move, but based upon what the department decides to do at the previous place of employment, are there instances that you're aware of that could allow an officer to maybe go apply at another department undetected and there was not a red flag on their application because of an inquiry into the database?
Again, I'm only going to speak from our department because we do a thorough background investigation. I would think that we would find that out and in the course of our background. And since DPSST requires in those incidences where an officer does leave under investigation, they would have an open case on that officer. So no, I can't think of any. There's one minor thing that I think the state is working on, and that is requiring more cooperation during the background investigations with private employers. Because right now, a lot of private employers, based on their policy, won't share a lot of information about, for obvious reasons, about a worker that works for them. They'll only share dates of employment. So I think that's one of the things that's getting a little bit far afield from your question, but I think that's one of the loopholes that needs to be closed in all of the background investigations. I'm actually a proponent of a national database. I think that would be extremely helpful because there's, and Oregon is very, very progressive in how they decertify police officers and how they keep track of those records. Other states aren't. And so that's one of the reasons why we actually go to the other state, is to kind of figure out exactly what their process is. And we want to look at personnel records and different things. So I think a national database is welcome because to tell you, to be honest with you, the police officers that work for us want good officers working with them. The last thing they want is a situation that is bad that happens.
Councilor O'Neill, did you have a question?
I do. Chief, this question comes from us listening, obviously, to the testimony that we heard from people of color and students. I guess one of the questions would be that they asked is, and you talked about the immense amount of training, and I've been down to the state school, but the training they get from our training officer here in Lake Oswego, as well as the training they get down in Salem. I think listening to what people were saying is maybe the training that they're getting is not either adequate to people of color. How can we improve on that? How can we improve, dealing with young men of color in Lake Oswego? I guess it is a little bit of a call out to the school district, since we heard from 4 or 5 students that there's problems at the school level of racism, but there was they felt like there was an unequal way that students were treated by some of our officers that we have in the school. So I'm really just kind of not doing any of this commenting from self-experience, but what I heard people saying. So I think it's going to be important that we comment on that.
Yes, let me address a couple of those, maybe in a more holistic way. So relationships really are important, and it's in relationships that you start to build the trust, and you start to build that communication between the officer and groups of people. I mentioned Word is Bond, and when you go to their website, in a nutshell, what they cater to are young African American men who are in a leadership class that is put on by Word is Bond, and part of that class is interacting with police officers, and it gives an opportunity for those men and the police officer to come together and have that relationship where they can start to see the differences and how we as a profession are viewed. And last year we started that program with one officer that was involved with it. He's actually one of our school resource officers, James Usher. And it was a profound experience for James, and thoroughly enjoyed it. This year, we're actually doing it with two officers. Officer Usher is going to do it again, and then one of our patrol officers, Officer Rosenthal. And it's those relationships where you get to learn from one another and learn the difference in how our opinions matter that really build that trust and that relationship. So that's one way of doing it. I know that there's a lot of talk about SROs in schools. And really what we're trying to do in the schools is build relationships between our officers and the young people of our community. And by taking our police officers out of those schools, that's a big part of community policing. In fact, when you look at how big the schools are, it's probably one of the largest employers in the city. It definitely has a captive audience of students, and it impacts parents and everybody else. And to have a positive experience that the police could have with our students, to make it a negative experience when the only time a student might interact with a police officer is when we are called to be there. I think it kind of goes right to the heart of what community policing is and what community policing isn't. Community policing is us engaging with the community, and it's all communities. It's the school, it's communities of color, it's communities that we cater to all the time, and that's really what community policing is getting out into that community. It's one of the reasons why we have No Call Too Small. It's one of the reasons why we have really kind of shied away from taking, absent COVID, shied away from taking a lot of phone reports, is because we want to build a rapport with our community. That's what community policing is. And we need these tools to do that rapport.
To follow up on Councilor O'Neill's question, since there is this Word is Bond, and we're learning more about it, and our police officers are experiencing it, is there a way to adapt some of that training directly into our two high schools, so that if somebody had a bad experience in another city, or a parent or a loved one had a bad experience with police, we could actually be more proactive with people of color in the schools to do in-house training? Because I think that's what I was hearing when we had our conference, our DEI conference, and I heard it again tonight. Maybe we just need to be more proactive. And I think it's something the task force could look at with you to see if that makes some sense.
Yeah, so the word is bond. We've actually, the two school resource officers are hoping to make some connections in some of our high schools to get Word is Bond interest, or get some people interested in Word is Bond from our high schools. I will tell you, we're working with their executive director right now on some. They actually brought some of their students, Word is Bond, into the Portland Police Bureau, and had their students present at an implicit bias training. And it was very impactful. And so we're working with their executive director to have some of his students this year, once COVID has kind of been put to rest, come in and participate in our implicit bias training, and kind of teach us as a whole department on how that relationship can be. So
The other quick question, and that is following back up on the disciplinary. So we have our protocols in place that come up the chain of command to you and to our city manager. But I don't think a lot of people are familiar with the Department of Safety. Councilor Kohlhoff, Councilor O'Neill, and I went down for that last visit down there. And it's a pretty amazing operation they have. Is that really kind of our investigative disciplinary place to go to if we need to have some investigations beyond the city, I mean?
No, they don't investigate. They don't investigate police misconduct. All of that is done. That's all done within the department.
Okay.
Councilor Wendland, do you have a question?
Before we leave that, though, sometimes we do hire that investigation out. If there's any reason why we feel like the police department can't investigate itself, we will hire an independent investigator to follow up on a complaint if that's appropriate.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Wendland.
So thanks, Chief, for your report. It's always helpful to find out information. I think, could you talk to me about, I know that one of the hardest things in the school district in Oregon, period, is to recruit people of color. And because Lake Oswego has kind of a negative connotation towards treating people of color badly, I'm sure it's not the nicest and the greatest community to recruit people to Lake Oswego. And I guess my question to you is how can we recruit? What are the challenges of recruiting people of color to Lake Oswego, and what are some of the things that you've done? Then I've got a couple other questions.
So police recruiting in general right now is very difficult, and it has been for a couple of years. The applicant pool for recruiting is very small. And because Oregon is not a tremendously diverse state anyway, the applicant pool is very small for diversity. So what we have to do is increase that applicant pool by some way. The more applicants you have, the more diversity you will pull in. So we've tried numerous different steps, anywhere from what we call speed interviewing, where anybody that applied would get a interview if they met the minimum requirements, all the way to we're now involved with a national recruiting website that actually recruits for law enforcement officers and dispatchers, and it goes to all over the country. So it has increased our reach, and that has helped. We also have an internship program that we started a few years ago that actually increased our candidate pool in females and was very successful. And so that's another way that we have found is by bringing in interns through Portland State University and through Clackamas Community College and some of the other colleges that we work with. They'll come in and do an internship, and then at the end of their internship, if everything has worked well, then we can oftentimes offer them a job. And we've done that very successfully over probably the last 4 or 5 years with our female candidates and some of our diversity.
Another question?
Yeah, the other, I just had a couple, let me just get through, it'll be quick. I was very impressed with the high schoolers that put on the demonstration or whatever we're calling it at Millennial Park. I think they did a fabulous job. I think the people that showed up were enthusiastic, empathetic. The kids. What?
Protest.
Okay, protest. Okay. I think all the speakers were exceptional, and a lot of them poured their hearts out from personal experiences. Then we had, I think, some great testimony tonight that really continued the conversation. I want to applaud Councillor Mans and Councillor Wen on their heartfelt conversations to us. And I believe it wholeheartedly. I guess my question is, as a police chief and as a police force, you know, your men and women who are serving, I think we've been called to make some really deep-seated and soul-searching investigation. Well, not investigation, looking at everything. Do you feel like in the spirit of cooperation that we can do that with the Lake Oswego Police Department and do some soul searching and find out where we need to work on things and where we need to move forward on other things?
Well, the short answer is yes, but I will say a little bit more. Again, the women and men that work here, not just our officers who are outstanding, but also our dispatchers and our records people, our support staff, they want to work in an organization that values the same things that we have been talking about. And they would absolutely go right along with those recommendations that the council will suggest or does suggest. The last thing any of our employees or team members or critical staff want is the perception that is sometimes out there about policing in general and policing in Lake Oswego. And you know, kind of going back to the camera conversation again, we've had officers come to us and say, yes, let's have body cams. So yeah, to answer your question shortly, yes. And to answer it longly, I just did. So yes.
Thank you.
Are you finished?
Mayor, I shall yield my floor. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions, comments? Councilor Wynn.
I just had just a follow-up question. So I was thinking more about that database. I know certainly, you know, we want to be able to, you know, weed out potential bad apples, right? And I also think about too, it's not just a matter of an employee-employer relationship. There's also that dynamic of police unions. And so to get to the point of actually lodging an investigation and lodging formal complaint against an officer, that's kind of like, it's already achieved that level. I don't expect you to have an answer for this, but one of the things that I'm concerned about is how many complaints aren't officially logged and actually get to the level of investigation because of some intervention of the police unions. And so I know that it's a touchy topic. I don't expect an answer right now, but I think that we should also be kind of aware of those issues too, that sometimes could inadvertently hinder our ability to have some real oversight on what really goes on at the police department and complaints with officers. So again, I don't expect an answer with that, but I think that is something that I think is on the minds of some people also wondering too. It's not just the city as an employer and the officer as employee, but there's also that third dynamic too that can often.
So Dale, it might be useful for you to talk about the first sort of bullet in what Representative Salinas talked about in terms of what happens when a case goes to arbitration. Or I see Megan's name. Maybe I put this on Megan because I think the question of what happens when a department takes an action, but then it goes to arbitration and the department's management's action is overturned, I think is an important one.
Yeah, absolutely. And in our union contract with our police officers, we do have an outline for disciplinary action. And the two critical components of that are just cause and due process. And in my experience, what unions really try to advocate for is that the city is ensuring that the person who is being investigated has both. They get due process in the sense that they get the ability to provide any information the city needs to consider before we make any disciplinary action. And that we're basing our decisions off of just cause. And there's 7 tenets to just cause that arbitrators will look at to make a determination as to whether the city followed those or not. And a lot of that goes down to, were we consistent in applying our practices? Did the person know that they violated a specific policy? And so we work really hard to ensure that we're following those, because that's what we've agreed to do. And that also will help us in the sense of, if it is a situation that does go to arbitration, that we have a good case moving forward.
And although Councilor Gwynn said I don't have to answer, I do just want to just follow up on one quick thing. And we have a great working relationship with our association, with our union. We don't always see eye to eye, as is natural in any relationship. But again, our officers don't want, to quote what's been said before, a bad apple in our organization either. And so we have a good working relationship with our association.
Any further questions, comments? Chief, thank you for your time. Thanks for all the information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we need a break, or do we want to go on forward? What do you guys want to do? Everybody want to go forward?
Go forward.
All right, let's go. Next item is item 4.2, which is diversity and inclusion ad hoc task force recommendations for the 2020 board and commissions.
Yes, good evening, Council. I will start off the staff presentation on this, but also want to recognize that Charity Taylor, our manager's analyst, is also on the Zoom call, as well as our facilitator for the DEI task force, Bill De La Cruz. Jackie, I'm sorry, you keep raising your hand. Do you want to say something? Okay.
Wanted to say hi.
Oh, sorry. Okay, good. I think you're all aware that the DEI task force began their work earlier this year, and they were able to meet in person as a group twice in February and once in March before we determined it was no longer safe for them to have in-person meetings due to COVID. As you can imagine, it was difficult to stop the meeting since they were making such great progress on their work plan. The first 3 sessions really focused on giving them information specific to the 2 tasks, which are identifying and reducing barriers to participation in the city's boards and commissions, and identifying and reducing barriers to applying for city jobs. So we worked with them to hand over a lot of information that then would set them up nicely as they moved into their focus group work. During the months of April and May, members of the DEI task force did meet with our facilitator and also some staff for informal discussions. And I want to be real clear, these were in non-quorum groups. They did not meet as a group. And since the city was moving forward with boards and commissions recruitment, they really wanted to provide input to our facilitator and city staff. And the timing of these recommendations was critical because, as council knows, the recruitments for our boards and commissions closes at the end of June. Since the DEI task force did not meet as a cohesive group, they have not formally adopted these recommendations. At this point, staff is hopeful they will adopt them when they meet as a group for the first time, and that's currently scheduled for tomorrow evening. The DEI task force will review the recommendations tomorrow, and if adopted recommendations, if council approves those tonight, if they differ at all, then staff will return the matter to the council for further consideration. So the recommended motion that's on the staff report really should be changed to move to direct staff to implement the staff recommendations on board and commissions recruitment intention. And just to be clear, the DEI task force had input, but it was our facilitator, Bill, as well as Charity, that kind of pulled them all together as a cohesive set of recommendations for that's in front of you this evening. I'd also like to point out that these recommendations are separate from the final report that the task force will complete later this year. We had on the calendar already, and I believe it's still there, that there will be another update scheduled to the City Council on July 21st. So we're still planning to have that to give you a more comprehensive update on what their plans are. I would like to thank the task force for continuing their work during this time, and also Councillor Koloff, who's the liaison to the task force, also participated in those informal sessions. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Charity.
So Ms. Phelan, are either you or Charity going to tell us what those recommendations are so that everybody knows?
Yes.
Okay, Charity, go for it.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Studebaker and City Councilors. As Assistant City Manager Phelan mentioned, the DEI has met 3 times in person to discuss the city's hiring processes and boards and commissions recruitment. During the virtual meetings, additional questions arose from the DEI task force, specifically about boards and commissions recruitment, such as the structure of the interview panels. As the task force gathered more information, strategies to help reduce barriers began to emerge. So recognizing that there are currently over 30 spots open with varying term limits, the task force thought it would be beneficial to offer these recommendations to council as an opportunity to foster more diversity on our boards and commissions. So with that, I will give the floor to Mr. De La Cruz to speak on those recommendations.
You want to share them?
Oh, absolutely. I can read them out loud. So the recommendations for recruitment would be to have bias awareness training for all members of the interview team, include members of the DEI task force as part of the 2020 Boards and Commissions interview team, extension of boards and commissions recruitment deadline should applicant pool result in decreased or unchanged diversity of current boards and commissions, and then to add a question in the interview process to assess interviewee understanding of bias. And there are also retention recommendations, and those are to provide childcare or a childcare stipend to boards and commission members, and allow boards and commissions members the option to participate via video conference. So those are the 6 recommendations that the DEI task force provided for boards and commissions recruitment and retention. And I'll hand it off to you, Mr. De La Cruz, if you would like to add any. Yep.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, thank you for this opportunity this evening to share with you the work of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Task Force. As Megan stated, the group has really been working hard prior to COVID, and we're talking about what some barriers might be to the application process, to diversifying boards and commissions, and many of these things were in conversation before COVID hit. And so once COVID came and everything went to a stop, about a month later, people were saying, well, let's get back to work. Let's get back to work. So we started to look at this, and I'll just go through each one and then just open it up to any questions you may have. So the bias awareness training for all of the interview team is something that is very critical based on all of the testimony that you got in public participation. Systemic racism is rooted in biases that we have, is rooted in the ways that we see the world. And to diversify the boards and commissions, it's important that the folks who are interviewing are very aware of the biases that may be at play. And I'm just going to share 3 of them with you that if people are not aware of, could play a role in not actually diversifying the boards and commissions. So one is called affinity bias. An affinity bias is where people look at applicants based on some commonality that they have. It could be from the same town, they went to the same school, they're the same gender, the same race, the same ability. And so it's this idea that I have an affinity towards you because of something that I value in myself that I see in you. Another one is called similarity bias. And that's the one that I'll just describe as the idea that they're a good fit. And typically a good fit means that they look like us or they have similar traits or characteristics. And then confirmation bias is it's actually called the mother of all misconceptions because it affects everyone every single day. And it's where we look for information that confirms a belief that we already have, and we filter everything else out. So if we have a belief that the right person looks like this or acts like this or is a certain gender, then we have a tendency in our brain to filter out all the other evidence in terms of competencies or the other things that we're really looking for. And so bias training is really wrapped around the idea of increasing everyone's self-awareness because everyone is biased. All of the things that the testimony was talking about in people's experiences is rooted in bias and stereotypes, which then feed right into this systemic racism that we're having this conversation about. And so that idea is really born around creating a heightened sense of awareness for everyone on the team and also other board members that may not be a part of the interview team. So that's a really important one. I don't know if Charity mentioned having a diversity, equity, and inclusion task force member as part of the interview team. That was the other piece that I think is connected to this. Now, they wouldn't actually be a voting member or be able to say yes or no for that person. Part of this is our charge is to really look at the boards and commission process. And so with the interview process being pushed out due to COVID, the task force thought it would be a great opportunity to be in the actual interview process to witness what happens, how the interview is run, who the interview committee is, and to be able to then make other recommendations as we get to the other side of this process. And so that is another piece that was really important. The question about bias is that there really isn't any question about people's even understanding of systemic racism or stereotypes or judgments or bias. And so what was brought up was not just a question, also a rubric that as the interview team is going over the process with potential candidates, they're able to really evaluate, do they have an awareness? So if you have a candidate who says, tell us about how biases have impacted you, and they say, oh, I don't have biases, I just love everybody, it's a indicator that maybe they're not even aware about how they stereotype and judge. And again, if we're looking to diversify the boards and commissions, then we have to create a culture. And it goes back to what Chief Jorgensen and you all were talking about in terms of, if we hire a person of color or someone who is different than the mainstream group, and we drop them into a predominantly white, systemically racist culture, their chances of success go down if people are not aware of the stereotypes and biases that are inherent in that system. And their ability to be successful goes up if the people that they work with welcome them and create a culture of inclusion and belonging. So that is a really very important question to be able to ask to just gauge people's understanding of how they see themselves. And then the other part of increasing the deadline again was to just make sure that we get as diverse a pool as we can of folks who are actually applying for the boards and commissions. So I think that pretty much covers the conversation. And Teresa, I see your hand up, so go ahead and jump on in, because Teresa was on this path with us the whole way.
Yes, we were a bedraggled bunch on those two non-quorum meetings, and they were back to back. And if nothing else, we came to understand each other as real human beings having isolation problems and financial problems and no haircuts. Anyway, the only thing that I didn't see on the list, and I'm very disappointed, I want you to advocate and put it on the list, would be an evaluation afterwards, and like an exit interview, so that we find out what we thought was true, what did it actually work out that way? And that would be something I would say on just about everything that we're talking about. That last piece is going back to see if it was such a great idea.
And it's not that it's off the list, it's just that we were just focusing on the interview process with these recommendations. And as we go through the rest of our time together, that would be probably an added recommendation for that process and any others that the task force is involved in.
David, he's being a lawyer now.
Who would do the evaluation?
We haven't gotten that deep into understanding that, and that would be a conversation that the task force would have with city manager and her staff to really think through how we do that, because in connection with 4.3, it might be a recommendation that we add to all of these task force outcomes that we're now expanding to. So 4.3 really increases the level of dialogue and the structures that we would probably talk about putting into place to be a little bit more expansive.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Lamont, you had a question?
Yes, if we just take them one at a time, the first one, and Manager Bennett could correct me or Megan, the bias training we're going to have for the whole city council, that's going to be scheduled sometime this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is training schedule as one of the council goals for all of the boards and commission members.
Right.
This is specific just to the interview team at this moment.
So knowing we have a short time to the end of the month, and we're not going to have our training till later, and then I think we've all thought the idea for all our boards and commissions, I think the boards and commissions would be into it too. That would come later. So, and we're really, right now, we have 2 city council members and a chair that does the interview. And if the chair is up for renewal, the vice chair comes in. And if he or she is up for renewal, then a member.
So
we're
it
not
would
gonna
really
get
be an
into the-
abbreviated training too. The idea would not be to do the complete DEI training that you set as part of your goal. It's really a much more focused training about looking for bias during the interview process.
Okay, but can we get that done by June 30th?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question. Including the members of the DEI task force as part of the 2020 boards and commissions interview team. That one I think was unclear. So they're non-voting, they're sitting in on the interview. And one of the things I was hoping the task force was going to come up with is maybe a review of our questions. One of the questions we used to ask is, are you going to have the time to be given to this board or commission? Which I think if somebody's applying, they're telling us they're going to have the time. And I think we got rid of that question. So did you talk about the questions? And again, I'm not sure why that member is sitting in on an interview with 2 counselors and a chair.
So we did talk about the questions, and the conversation we had was I believe there were 3 questions. And Megan, you can maybe help me with these. Why do you want to be on the board? And that's the only one I remember.
Yeah, and the substantive of the subject area of the commissions.
Right.
You know, a little more in depth from them.
So the added question around the bias piece was the only one that we added. So if you want to give the task force some direction around looking at the questions or looking at other questions, I'm sure that they would be happy to do that. And the reason why they are recommending that they sit through the process is because they want to have a clear understanding of how the process works, how people are resonating with the interview process, and to be able to come back and say, I sat through the process, and whatever they noticed in terms of things that may have come up around biases or the way a question was worded or a follow-up question, it's more just looking at how is this whole process working, and anything that might come up that could help to identify a barrier or something that we need to talk through further.
Still got a question on that one. The next one is the extension of the deadline. Now, I think everybody knows that we often have trouble recruiting for boards and commissions, getting people to step up. Then the other side of the coin is we had, I think, 30, somebody correct me, 30 people that submitted for the Parks Advisory Board. And so that's the pool. I think Chief Jorgensen talked about it. The pool is what it is. Now, did you talk about getting out and getting the word out better and reaching out to faith groups and getting people to join in better? Because that's part of the problem right there, is getting folks to to apply.
We did have a lot of conversation on that, and that is actually going to be part of our conversation that we're going to have tomorrow is who do we need to reach out to? And there were a number of folks who had suggestions of groups. We have a couple of folks on the task force who actually want to put together a short video to talk, invite diverse candidates to be a part of the boards and commission pool. So, and we understand that this year being basically a first year that we're doing this, that it may not increase the pool to get the diversity that we want. And so that's why it's important to have eyes on all steps of the process to see what could we do different in recruiting? What could we do different in the interview process? What could we do different in supporting them once they decide and you all decide that this is the right person to be on this board or commission? And so I think there's flexibility in that because we understand that the recruitment of people of color in many professions, many boards and commissions across this country is small, and in a predominantly white community, it may be more challenging. So we're all aware of that, and I think that'll just be more conversation.
And I think when we come back to shape, yes, no, maybe on these, the question is, should we have this extended deadline when we're trying to fill our boards and commissions now? And I think if the task force has got more time to work on it and shape it, but if we all of a sudden have 2 and 3 and 4 holes in these boards and commissions, which I think we all agree are pretty important to us, they're advisory boards. I think it's an open-ended thing that we're going to just keep looking and looking and looking and looking versus let's think about that and then shape how that works in the next round. So I just want to.
Yeah, and I would say 2 things to that. One is that the task force isn't looking for an open-ended date. So that would not be a concern that you wouldn't fill them. The furthest discussion was maybe August. That was it. Then so that would be, if the council was open to that, that would be kind of the push out. And after that, there wouldn't be any question that they have to be filled. And so, and then to your second point, then all of this would then fuel the conversation as you get to the next round to say, here's what we want to do differently. Here's when we want to start our outreach, and it could be starting it sooner, looking to more diverse groups. I mean, the city manager and I had a lot of meetings set up with some groups who represented Native American communities and Latino communities and some of the Black communities who, some of these organizations were in Portland, but had a lot of connections to the Lake Oswego community, and all of them got canceled because of COVID. So a lot of our groundwork that we were going to do to address just what you're saying got shut down. So I'm presuming that we will pick that back up once we're able to.
Councilor O'Neill, do you have a question?
Bill.
Yes, sir.
And this would be for Bill and Martha and anybody else who doesn't know some of the history between our boards and commissions. But the mayor and myself actually ran on a platform because the boards and commissions were being abused by councils, where they just got like-minded people on the boards, and they would not listen to other people that were outside the scope of whatever they were trying to accomplish. So we worked very, very hard for the last 8 years trying to get these boards loaded with people that had passion for whatever the board was. That was one of our biggest things. If you had passion, you were going to bring something to the table, then the results we get back, because the purpose of these boards and commissions are to do the in the weeds work for the council.
Right.
What we learn from that is we get a lot of people that interview for one board, but really had a skill set for another board. And we were losing really, really good people because, you know, we had one position, maybe 5 people were applying. So that's why we created the once a year boards and commissions. So when we're in an interview and someone's coming in 30 people for the parks, we go, whoa, I mean, you would be fabulous over here. I mean, your skill set for HRAB or the library board. And they're like, oh, yeah, I would do that. So I think we've done some of the things, but I think it's going to be important for the DEI group to work with us to make sure, because believe me, we always wanted, could we get anyone to interview under 50? That was usually an exciting thing for us when a new family member moved in and they're, oh my God, they're 40 years old and they want to be on one of our boards. So, yeah, I think you're going in the right direction. I just want to make sure that maybe the facilitator from the DEI group has some real knowledge. So when they're in these interviews with us, they're actually doing it from a professional viewpoint to help the interviewers, rather than someone that was in that group and they want to control who's on them. Because what I don't want to have is, oh, we're picking them because they're not even right for it. They have no passion for it, but we're picking them because they meet a standard we're looking for. So I would not want to see that, because these boards are important.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Councilor Wendland?
Yeah, I've got a couple comments on this whole process. I think one of the things that we talked about, I guess it was last year or the year before, when we were, as a council, we were looking at how do we do the whole process of boards and commissions and recruiting. And I think the DEI lens is very important. But I also think that we haven't, as a council, talked about the questions, I mean, the whole process of the interviewing. And I think there's a lens we haven't really talked about, and that's what questions are we going to ask as a council? And then are we going to weigh the questions? How are we going to weigh them? And as far as, I think it's an interesting question that you raise on the bias Rubik example, but how do you fit that in? So if a person is a 1 or a 3 or a 5, I mean, what kind of criteria are you going to make for the selection? And so I think what we're missing here is not that this is not relevant and needs to be done, but we're missing the larger aspect of how we want to conduct these interviews. And are we going to, I mean, there was talk when we discussed it earlier of, do we want to rate people and give them a numerical score and then have that stand as whoever gets the highest score? There's all kinds of things that we talked about, but we never came to any resolution. I would like, if we're going to change the system around, to look at it holistically, I guess is what I'm saying. And so how we do that as a council and whether this is part of it, I think this is all encompassed and entwined with how we should be doing these interviews, because we do have 30 spots that we have to fill. And I would like to have that ironed out as a council so that when we all break up into these groups and we are essentially interviewing, that we're all on the same page and that we're all using the same criteria. A couple other things. I support, I agree that we need to get the training for sure. And as a baseline to get the interviewing team to do it, but as soon as we can to get the boards and commissions up to date as well. I think one of the things that I would say that we would be very helpful from the DEI standpoint is for them to look at the current census of each commission and board and find out if there's any holes or places where we need people, and that they would maybe suggest to us as we're, before we start the interviews, to say, hey, you know what, you need such and such, or it would be better if you had representation from, whatever the criteria that you're using. But it would be helpful for us so that maybe when we're looking at candidates and we don't know exactly all the other members on the council or on the commission or the board, and we may be interviewing and And like Bill said, I'm not sure which bias it is, but we could be doing affinity simulation or similarity and confirmation all at once and not moving forward. And so I think it might be helpful for us to have that. I think the other thing that, from the standpoint and long-term is how we can use a DEI task force to get the recruiting of people, other methods. And I know we're going to have to do that long-term, but I think that's one of the things that I would look at from this group. As far as the, yes?
These are details that I think Mr. De La Cruz can get for us. I'd like to see if we can't get a motion made and a vote on item 4.2, which is the basic structure of the thing rather than every detail.
Okay.
And I can just quickly recap because I want to just make sure I heard you right. So you're talking about questions that actually have a rubric that everybody's using consistently across all the interviews for all the boards and commissions. And then,
right, I couldn't even set that up for the other three questions, for the first three questions. And so how do you work this question into it? So we haven't even talked about process for interviewing.
Okay.
So if, depending on what you do tonight, we'll bring you back a recommendation about the rest of the process.
Yeah.
Mayor, may I?
Well, wait, I'm not done. Well, you can, but I don't think it's the DEI's position to dictate to council how we're doing the interviews.
Oh, no, I
think
agree. That's what I'm saying is I think if you agree with these things, I'm not going to take it to the DEI task force for the rest of the process. The staff will bring this as part of the overall process back to you for your approval.
Okay.
Staff who are assigned to boards and commissions.
May I?
Okay.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you. I haven't done as many interviews as Councillor O'Neill or yourself, Mayor, but I figure it's getting close to 200. We have 15 minutes to make a decision on a particular person. In general, with the applicants that we've had tremendous success. We're adding in a new component, which may lengthen the amount of time, but we're in year one. Whatever needs to be done in year one, we can always back it up or move it forward into year two. I just want to make that perfectly clear.
City Manager Bennett, there's the babysitting or childcare costs. What's allocated for that?
Well, right now, nothing.
Yes.
So it would come out of council budget at this point. And if we were to go this route, I mean, I do know some other cities that do this. We would want to make sure we looked at their practices and made sure we had all the right safeguards in place.
Okay, well, I make a motion to approve item 4.2. Go ahead. Councilor Lamont, you had a question or comment? Unmute, please.
Councilor Wins before me. He had a question, Daniel.
Okay, Councilor Lamont.
I just wondering, so at this point in our decision making, I just want to be about at this point we're just discussing what we're asking questions of De La Cruz. After the motion is made, is that when we have discussion about more about this, or are we doing it now? Are we just combining both of it into one?
I think the way I'm looking at this, Councilor Wen, is that, the details like Councilor Wendell was talking about, and that kind of, they can be brought back to us by Mr. De La Cruz after we approve this motion to go ahead with these recommendations.
I'll second your motion, Mayor.
Well,
before we do that, I just want to say, if that's the case, then it sounds like maybe we're not having any discussion after the motion is made. So I'll say this.
We will have discussion as we normally do.
Oh, so we will. Okay, then I will hold my comments until the discussion period.
May I make a suggestion? Because I can't vote on the whole thing. I got to vote on each one because each one's not quite right yet. So if you go through each one, we can do a show of hands before we make a motion because that's what the discussion is going to be.
There's a motion seconded on the
Who
floor.
made the motion?
I did.
Okay, then let's have a discussion.
I to anyway.
Okay.
And I would also offer, my motion would be that we approve the recommendations with the exception of the money for childcare. And if you don't like that, then we vote no on this. So discussion, there's been a motion made. Councilor Lamont.
Okay, the first one we've been told by city manager that we can do some short-term stuff before we have our decisions in 15 days on the boards, right?
Yes.
Okay. The second one, the members on the DEI task force, I can vote for that if it's capped for this year, because we don't know how it's going to come out, and DEI needs to really discuss it and give us in the report whether that's even needed from here on out. But the idea of the research and sitting in, I like.
Fine.
The added question, that's fine for now. And then the provide the childcare, that hasn't been worked out, because we should even look at that for city council candidates in the future. And then allow boards and commission members the option to participate. We have a hard time doing that with the city council, and I understand we're not going to have the technology until we move into the city hall. So I don't want to approve that until we can figure out how to do it. That's all I'm saying.
And that piece was just a suggestion to invite other boards and commissions in the affinity bias training. I think that's different than what city manager is recommending for the.
That's not part of the recommendation.
What we just said is that we would provide a short affinity confirmation bias training to the interview team. And if there were other people in other boards and commissions who wanted to take part in that, they would be welcome to.
Oh, this isn't doing video conferencing for our boards and commissions meetings.
Could be.
Well, I mean, it could be down
I think,
the road, but we
I
don't
think
have
that
the
would be a long-term recommendation that you'll probably get
Yeah.
back from the task force later.
Yeah, because we can't do it now. I love the idea. And I can see us having a meeting at the maintenance center, and on the TV is a couple people that couldn't attend, but they're on the screen. Yeah.
Okay,
Right now, we're just looking at the interview process and working to impact that as much as they can.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Did you take your amendment and put it in there too?
Yes.
On the childcare?
Yes.
I
Okay.
agree to the amendment.
Yes, Councilor Wetland.
Wait, Councilor Kohlhoff had her hand up.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Go ahead, Councilor Kohlhoff.
I'm trying to make it brief. I suggest council, except for the childcare, although that's sad. I would have preferred that to be in there, but I suggest that we say yes to this motion and not get picky. Mayor Studebaker, Councilor Wen, and Councilor Mans picked and appointed an amazing DEI task force. I was overwhelmed at the level of confidence and kindness and insight. They're not going to come back with a bunch of nonsense, and we don't need to put them through, and put on them a lot of burdens. These are very bright and passionate people. So my suggestion is we let it go and do it as is. We're going to go tomorrow night and have it. And you don't even know whether they're willing to do this. We had 4.2 and 4.3. There's a lot of flack that they could get for taking on the huge task that we're asking of them, and get it together and do it well within, the end of the year. So my suggestion is we stop right now on 4.2 and let them come back to us.
All right, point well taken. Will you call anybody else? Yes, Councilor Wendland.
I think Councilor Wen was going to have some comments. You have those now? It's fine, Councilor Kohlhoff, but
Did I miss you?
No, I was going to say, I think that was something that Councilor Wen had brought up in terms of having a member of the DEI task force on the 2020 Boards and Commissions interview team.
Okay.
And my comment was that for right now, I think that, and as Councilor Lamont had suggested, that we make it just for this year only, considering that that we as council haven't had, or assuming that council is going to be on the interview panel, that we haven't had that formal training just yet. And I think that we would be well served to have just another person to help, not that they have the authority to influence our decision, but just to help us to kind of be aware of things that go on in the interview panels. Because I haven't done nearly as many as interviews as the rest of my colleagues on council. However, my limited experience, I see there are some glaring examples of, let's just say, in the way we ask questions that could cause some issues. And so I'll leave it at that. But I think that it would be wise, just for this year only, considering that we have not had the chance to have formal training. We don't know when that's gonna happen, but to have somebody that is on the DI task force to sit in. Again, not to try to steer us into a different direction who we would want to bring on, but just to be able to help us to make sure that the questions we're asking and the way we're delivering those questions and the answers that we are getting back from people are not are their true answers, and that they don't feel like they have to answer a certain way.
Okay.
And so that's my comment on that.
Madam Recorder,
This recommendation was just for this year.
would you call the roll, please, Madam Recorder?
I'd like to.
I'm sorry, is there, go ahead, Councilman Raymond.
Well, John?
Can we talk? I mean, I guess I would just like to say that this is a very choppy way to do it. I'm 100% in favor of the content of what we have to address, and we need to do it right. But I will say that this is sloppy at best policymaking that I don't agree with at all moving forward like this. I will support in context what's on here, but I would say that the public process and the way that we've, it's a short time frame. I know what we're trying to accomplish, but I would say that the importance of having things baked out a little bit more is important, and I'll support what we talked about, but it's not necessarily reflective of what's on here. So I just think there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen in this process. And I've been doing process for a long time in public life. And when you have bad process, you make bad policy. And I don't want that to be a reflection of Lake Oswego, because I think we do make great policy. And I think the content of this, of what we're doing, is super, super, super important. And I just want to make sure we do it right. So that's my comment on it, but I will support
Okay.
this. So
Thank you.
Well
Anybody
taken.
else have any comments?
The motion is for your taking childcare out for now until it gets more expanded discussion.
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion is to move to direct staff to implement the staff recommendations from the EI task force on boards and commissions recruitment and retention, with the exception of childcare. Do I have that right? Okay. Mayor Studebaker? Councilor Mans?
Yes.
Koha?
Yes.
O'Neill?
Yes.
Nguyen?
Yes.
Lamont?
Yes.
And Wendland?
yes,
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, it's item 4.3.
So,
If you can't take any more, my plan is to go through 4.3, then do the consent agenda, and then we'll do the rest of the stuff on Thursday. I think it's something like 6:30. Is that sounding doable? Okay, go ahead. 4.3.
I'm not going to talk very long. I think that you heard nearly 60 people talk to you tonight about the sort of the reasons, the origin story of this recommendation. Really, since Memorial Day, we've been working on the staff level to try to figure out a way to have an engaged dialogue with the community about the issues that confront us in addressing your policy that you adopted back in December of 2018 about eliminating racial disparities in city services. And I think you all know because I sent you periodic emails about this. We explored a bunch of different options. But as we started to talk about it, the fact that the DEI task force was about to go out and do focus group conversations with folks in the community around hiring and boards and commissions seemed to present the right opportunity for us to actually have an in-depth dialogue with folks in the community about what their experiences are with the city and city services, starting with policing. And so that's the basis of this recommendation, is that we essentially take advantage, there's probably a more polite way to put that, but of the fact that we're about to go have an in-depth dialogue about what are the barriers to folks in engaging with our boards and commissions process, or the barriers to applying for jobs. We're going to do that work anyway. So let's use that moment not just to talk about boards and commissions and applying for city jobs, but to talk about what are the barriers that confront folks when they're trying to access city services. And so I recommend to you that you expand the scope of the DEI task force beyond just boards and commissions and hiring. I've listed 5 topics that I think are worthy of their discussion. And I want to talk at the end about why focus groups. And actually, I'm glad that Bill's still on the call, because I think focus groups present an opportunity for us to have a discussion with the community, as opposed to just hearing testimony and then responding to it, which is important. I don't want to say anything negative about that, but I think a lot of these problems that we need to confront are going to require deeper conversations. So the 5 areas I've suggested you include in their scope are to first explicitly invite a conversation about policing. And what are listed here is, I think the challenge is, how do we address discrimination in policing? How do we also recognizing that police work is actually very difficult and not particularly popular? And how do we make sure our police department's approach to policing is aligned with the community's values? The chief also talked about the fact that I think in the 21st century, officers need a whole new set of skills than they didn't have maybe when I started my career in public service. And we need to make sure we're having a discussion with the community about what are those skills. Certainly when I started, if I'd been pulled over by the officer, my passenger wouldn't have had a little mini camera in their phone that they could use to record the whole interaction, and neither would the police officer have had a camera. So just the whole level of the public's ability to share their experience with officers is completely changed, which completely changes how police officers do their work. So that's the first topic. The second is, I think we ought to broaden our conversation from just about boards and commissions to a discussion about our community engagement practices generally. There are ways I think we could increase the number and diversity of people who can influence our decisions beyond just boards and commissions. You guys talked about childcare. I know that every time I've ever had a discussion with folks about citizen engagement, childcare comes up because it's a real limitation to folks. Councilor O'Neill said getting folks under 50 to engage. Well, if you want people under 50 to engage, we're going to have to respond to the fact that a lot of these are working parents, and it's expensive if they have to hire a babysitter to come to a night meeting. So I think you ought to not just talk about boards and commissions, but community engagement generally. The third one is, how do we make city facilities and services more welcoming and inviting? Some of this actually might be about physical access. Some of this is the fact that we don't translate our materials into other languages. It's one of the first things I noticed coming to work here, is that we provide materials only in English. The fourth thing is, how do we actually hire, train, retain, and support a diverse workforce? Not just how do we get people to apply for the job, but how do we get them hired? How do we help support them in their transition, and how do we keep them once they start working here? And then last but not least, how do we strengthen what the chief talked about, is solid relationships with people and groups who haven't traditionally found their path into working with the city. So that's what I think that they ought to work on. And I guess my recommendation to you is the time is now, and that we give them enough resources to get this work done on the same time horizon we were planning to get it done with, when it was just limited to boards and commissions and applicants for city positions. So that's it in a nutshell.
Councilor Wendland.
So can we make the motion, or do you want or do we want to have discussion?
Do you have any questions before you guys talk about it?
That sounds kind of sloppy to me.
Get going with the motion?
Go ahead.
Well, I'll let other people speak, then I would like to make a motion. So,
Well, if you want to make a motion now, we can talk about that. It's up to you.
well, I would like to make a motion that we accept 4.3, but I want to make an amendment to it, which I
Okay.
think would so it'll change the conversation. And I
Alright.
think I recognize the work that this document, and I have it all listed out here, and City Manager Bennett went over it. Those are big topics. I think it's great that the DEI task force is exceptional, as Councillor Kohlhoff has said, and I do not doubt that. But I think we as leaders need to be more engaged in the process. And I feel very strongly that based on the testimony and what I heard from lots of people, is that we need to be an engaged council and engaged leaders. And so I would accept this motion and I would amend it that the DEI task force will be comprised of the city council and current DEI members. And the meetings will be public and noticed and will be facilitated in the same manner by a qualified DEI facilitator like Bill. And we can say, and so we would elevate this. I think we need to as a city. I think we need to as a council, as part of the leadership. I think we should all be focused on this. And I think it's going to cause some pain and consternation on meeting schedules and open meetings and whatever, but people have been saying, let's have open meetings, let's be transparent, and let's have leadership involved. And so that's my gig, and I would, that's what I'm making a motion.
Councillor O'Neill.
I'd like to add just to that, Councillor.
So before you go though, you guys have a motion on the table.
Well,
I'll second.
don't second it yet.
I'll second.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My only comment, yes, I agree.
Wait a minute, just a second, Councillor O'Neill. Ms. Simpson, did you get the second by Councillor Mans? Yes?
Either way.
Since we heard from numerous students who were claiming the amount of problems they were seeing in the schools, I think part of this task force should include the schools.
So I missed a
Or are
part.
the schools going to have their own task force?
I missed a part of the presentation. I'm sorry, I meant to cover. The DEI task force is not gonna, how do I say this the right way? So, and I'd love it if Councillor Wendland thought through how this affects his motion. They're gonna engage members of the community. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna invite people in the community to focus group conversations that are going to be facilitated by Bill, not necessarily by the task force members, not necessarily with any of us present. And that's so that they can have more in-depth conversations about what their experiences are in Lake Oswego around these 5 topic areas. So what is your experience as a resident or an employee who works at a business in these places? So even though these conversations are going to be going on, if they're publicly noticed conversations with all of us there, they won't happen. And so, no, and I have deep experience around this, and so does Bill, I'm sure. And so the task force will be there to set up the questions that are going to be asked at the focus groups. And I think if you all want to be part of that, that's great. And they'll be there to sort of receive the input that comes out of the focus group conversations and then talk about what their recommendations are to you. But the other thing I would say is, if you want the task force to make the recommendations to you, if you're there once again, they won't do it. And so I want to find a way for you to be leaders in this conversation, but also trust the people of this community to process the information and bring you solid recommendations about what we need to do. And it's a tough dance.
Yeah, it is a tough dance. And you know what? I mean,
we're
elected. We need to hear. And I agree with you, but I've been at too many Lake Oswego meetings that there's never a lack of people that are giving their input. But anyway, just my thought.
Very true.
Councillor Kohlhoff, and then Councillor Lamont.
So I'm going to go ahead and disrupt the process and tell you what I wanted to say. And it's been really good, but somewhat emotional. You know, all of what we heard were people telling us that they were not feeling safe. And I had come to the understanding that, and Chief Jorgensen and I've had many conversations over the 3.5 years, how I didn't really care much for police officers. And we cut a deal that I would trust him and he would be trustworthy. And so when I hear these voices that were out there saying, you know, they didn't have that perception, then it's important as leaders that that stops now so that everyone is actually safe and feels safe. And I realize now that people are experiencing Lake Oswego differently. And it doesn't do any good to point out all the good things that they do or what they've tried to do if in fact people are not experiencing that. They're not hallucinating all the things that we have heard, you know, and that suddenly this one group of people are the only ones hallucinating, that they're not welcome, that they don't feel safe. So that's got to stop. And we're going to run in, and why I don't support all of us being in the beeswax of the DEI task force is that it's a place where they get some of that initial hard work done. They're not going to fly off. Bill has proven to at least me that he can control a group in a gentle, kind way, and they don't fly off and they stay on point. Whereas we're going to do that. We are going to fly off as city councilors. So the long and short of it is, I would prefer that we stay in a short period with, unfortunately, it was my idea that we pop in with what was being said, because here you were going to have appointments on the boards and commissions, and they had something to say. So it did appear kind of apropos, but evidently, you know, that's caused consternation about whether or not this was a good process and who are these people and what are they talking about. What I understood Manager Bennett mostly to be inserting, because the two DEI jobs, and Mayor Studebaker and I had nose-to-nose conversations about this. Would they stay focused on their two charges? A, getting people into the boards and commissions and lowering barriers to that. And secondly, what were the barriers to being hired into Lake Oswego so that staff had people who would be diverse? And so, and I said, no, we will not fly off of that. We will not. And we've been very careful about that. To the point that we were a little obnoxious, like, no, we can't talk about that. But now what I understand Manager Bennett saying, and I support this 100%, is that suddenly life came to us, and it doesn't matter why it came to us. And we're not important in all this, but all of a sudden the world said, you know, we've had it. Enough is enough. Black Lives Matter. We're going to talk about the police. We're not going to fly off onto all the other stuff, which clearly we could. There's just a mountain of issues that we could talk about. But right now we're going to talk about the police. And I believe that our chief wants that conversation. And so what I understand her mainly to be saying is, can we let first the task force, if they are willing, to dig in on some of that. And I really want to emphasize what the aspect that Manager Bennett was trying to tell us. And I believe if you haven't heard over those hours the agony of some of those people,
that they are not going to tell you, they are not going to come to council, they are not going to want to go to somebody and say, no, really, this is what it was. And you go, well, you know, it could have been something else. No, no, that's what they felt. And they have to be, no, wait, Councillor Lamont. What they have to have is total safety. They have to feel that whatever they're saying, they can go to Dela Cruz or whoever else it is, but I had understood that the flow would be the DEI task force would introduce people into their networks, people that they knew who had relevant information, and see to what extent those people were willing to stand up and say, okay, I have something to say. And this is going to hurt, or, you know, this is how I perceived it. So I'm really not interested in putting anybody through further trauma. And if in fact we need to have at times somebody with trauma-informed care who knows what they're doing, isn't blabbing, then I'm for that too. And the last thing I would say is it would be my preference, actually, that we stayed as it relates to a third choice. I mean, I'm going to vote for this as stated, but it would be my preference if we stayed with our two main tasks so that Mayor Studebaker is really a happy man and leaves a happy man, which we want the mayor to be a happy man, but also that we're very clear about what the charge is for the third piece that we're asking them. We're asking them to review strategies. The chief did do a pretty good job, but I could have asked a mountain of questions. I'm sure everybody could have, and to review those to see to what extent those are relevant to the experiences of the people in our community. So that's engaging them in the ways I just explained. Coming back to report, so that's where I believe the council as a place is that getting that feedback and then finding what pieces of all of that screams for reform done in a short period of time, like an ICU. Hold on. Councilor Nance, hold on just 1 second, I'll give you the floor. I understand full well that this is for the rest of our lives. Okay, we didn't get here yesterday. This has been 400 years. I hope to God it's not another 400 years down the road. But the fact is, right now, we are injured. And this is the ICU. And we give it a short period of time before we introduce more long-term strategies. And I guess, Bill, I do like evaluation as my fifth piece.
Okay, I have a different opinion. So when we started, as the mayor stated, we had two missions for this task force: how to get boards and commissions more diverse, and how to, maybe if we need it, get our staff more diverse through our policies, because I'm not sure we have that many policies that are barriers, but I love the idea of looking at them and see if we had them. During this process, which, as Councilor Wendlandt said, it's been rough during COVID-19. We had a horrific murder that lit the city and lit the country on fire, and we're in a crisis right now. And so when I hear that we can't have a dialogue with our community directly, we had 60 people tonight pour their hearts out to us. And I've had 50 calls and emails in pain from people that are pouring their hearts out. I think we should be there. And if I think I got John Wendlandt right, Councilor Wendlandt right, he's talking about a task force that would be like our budget committee. We would sit in with the DI, we would listen, it's a listening session. The questions are a good start to ask these people. We could have one focus group with boards and commission chairs, one with our interfaith community. We have 18 churches, others with broader community. They poured it out tonight. People are pouring their hearts out. They will do it with us there. And I also agree with the gentleman earlier that if all they get is a 2-minute time to say something, then it will be nothing more than a public hearing. So we can sit there and listen with the DI members, because we are the first responders on issues. Police, fire, and paramedics are first responders on emergencies, and Megan and her emergency team. But we get the issues in the street, on the phone, in the meetings all day long. And I think we should be out there. So I support what Councilor Wendland is making as a motion.
And I seconded.
Point I'd like to explain the
I
process.
seconded that motion. If you don't mind, let me just give my thought. Let me give my thought. I seconded that motion. This is really about relationships. The people who stepped forward tonight were bold. They were bold. But in order to build a relationship, you have to have some basis for that. From the sounds of what people said tonight and tonight only, and not to mention other conversations that I've had, the relationship is not necessarily there with government, with the police, not having anything to do with us, not having anything to do with me or Councillor Wendland or Councillor Lamont or anyone else. It's happening so far away that we're not a part of it. But if we don't have that relationship, we're only going to hear from the bold people, the ones that we want to hear from. The ones that we want to speak are those who wouldn't normally speak. Because let's face it, they're oftentimes the most intelligent of the group. I say this from experience. So while I seconded that motion, I completely appreciate the work of the DEI committee in pulling in voices that we wouldn't normally hear from. As I watched the list tonight of people who are speaking, I knew 70% of those names. Think about that. 70% of all of those people I knew, either by name or by reputation. We want to hear from the people we never hear from. That is the entire point of our mission, is it not? And I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. De La Cruz. Excuse me for that, but I had to speak my
Okay.
piece in my heart. I'm done.
Just let me know when I can jump in.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
I'm talking to Mayor, so.
Mayor, I
wanted
think
to
you're
just-
muted.
No, I'm not muted. I'm
Go
not-
ahead, and I appreciate it, Mr. La Cruz.
Okay, so I want to explain the process, because what you have to understand is the diversity and equity inclusion focus groups is a completely different conversation than when we're talking about budget and planning and services. It's a highly emotionalized conversations where people are talking about issues around race and gender and ability and disability and access to services. And when you make that a public meeting, that means the press is going to be there. There are not many people who are going to talk about a racialized experience that they had on a very personal level when the press is there. And the idea of the focus groups was always to have them small, not to have huge public meetings. It was they are designed, and I've done this for years and years in municipalities and schools. They're designed to get people, to Councilperson Mann's point, who are not part of
Woman is fine.
not who we hear from. And so we were really going to tap into the DEI task force members groups and have them invite them. And there's a level of confidentiality that has to be part of that, because we're asking them to be really vulnerable and bold. And we are actually going to do some groups within the city. And people who work for you are going to be very reluctant to talk openly when you are in the room. Now, this is not designed to usurp any of your leadership or any of your roles in terms of who you are as council people in Lake Oswego. It is designed to get feedback that's real, that's unaltered, and that they're not talking to you, but that they're talking to each other about their lived experiences here in Lake Oswego. Now, as we go through this process, there will absolutely be opportunities for all of you to be a part of these conversations. that opportunity will be when we've had some focus groups, we have some idea of what the issues are, we have some ideas of what the groups are bringing forward that are saying, these are barriers to me being a Black, gay, Muslim person, or whatever their identity is. Everybody has identity. So the way people identify and the way that they show up has to be in some way not protected, but maintain a level of safety that they can speak their truth. And so we have members who have access to people in the gay community, in the Muslim community, in the religious community, in neighborhood groups, in a variety of groups that I don't believe were all represented this evening. And so that's really the way that the focus group process works. And absolutely, you all need to be part of these conversations. I would just say it wouldn't be the initial steps. And to your point, John Wendland, around the process, it's important that we have a process that allows for that type of open conversation and also allows you opportunities to be able to then engage your community just like you want to. So that is not off the table. And so I don't want you to get the wrong impression on that. It's just that we would create a plan where we would have some of these more intimate focus groups where people could just talk openly, and then figure out the timing for a larger public meeting when it's not as much about people sharing their raw emotions and stories. It's more about, here's where we want to go. Because I have to be really honest, I've facilitated some pretty challenging focus groups where there was a lot of emotion, a lot of anger, and I have strategies and ways to support people in moving through that to then get to, these are the real issues that we need to talk about. And so, and my last point I'll make is, I don't control the DEI committee. I facilitate, and I make sure that we were staying in the lanes that you created for us to begin with. And I'll do that if you approve this 4.3 as well. And part of what we would get back to you is a process of where it would be appropriate for you all to be involved in these conversations, and even to support you in smaller community meetings where you could really have a dialogue with the diversity of folks. So that's the way the process works. It's going to be really targeted.
Swap out the word control for corral.
All right.
Councilor Wendland, go ahead.
Yep. Oh, John, hit it. Hit your button.
John, unmute yourself. John, unmute yourself.
I did. There we go.
There you go.
So I get that. I'm okay with that. But I would say that the recommendations by the end of 2020, I go and do some focus groups, but I think you're going to report back what you found. I don't necessarily want recommendations at this point. And in fact, that's what I think my disconnect with this is, that if you have people that are unelected and they're going out, the DEI task force, and starting to make recommendations, and as a community leader, if I haven't been part of that process, it's hard for me to make a decision. But
So
if
that-
you come,
That's
but if you
fair.
come back-
Fair. Yeah, that's
Okay.
absolutely fair.
And what I mean, if what you're looking for is frequent and periodic check-ins to make sure the task force is not bringing you recommendations that are outside of the realm of either possible or acceptable, then I think we can totally bring you bi-monthly updates. And
Well, I'm talking about not necessarily recommendations. I'm talking about more information to feed us.
You'll
And
want
then-
that.
Then as a bigger group, we can start structuring how we can go about making decisions and making recommendations for more community input and so on. Does that make sense?
Some of the recommendations, though, are going to be ones I don't want to make light of what I'm about to say, where you're going to look at me and you're going to say, why haven't we done that already? Right. And so I want you to spend your time as a council on the big leadership and policy issues, setting the table, things around like the community engagement piece. How are we going to lead the police department? That's all in your bailiwick. But when we get recommendations that we should translate materials into the top 5 languages spoken in Lake Oswego, really, I should just go do that. Right. So that's where I think I wouldn't, I hear what you're saying in terms of you want to make sure you're leading. I think that we all agree with that.
And periodically, but I also think in the bigger picture, there's an important aspect to this to have, it's June now, and what can we accomplish as a council to be providing some feedback, engagement with the community on, i.e., I think there's a lot of questions that we wanted to ask Dale Jorgensen about the police that really probably have nothing to do with DEI. It has everything to do with how we're operating the police. And I don't want to have that exclusive of we need to be doing that as well.
Understood.
I know,
Daniel's
I
next.
interrupt Councilor Lamont.
Council Wynn.
Hey, go ahead.
Interrupt.
Wait a minute, Councilor Wynn and Councilor Mann.
All right, so
Councilor
I'm
Wynn.
looking at this and I'm thinking, we got to do this, okay? Who are we kidding here? I mean, quite frankly, when I sat in on these DEI interviews, right? And it was pounded into the table, you will not veer beyond these two tasks. We want to keep our pulse on you as advisory board. You're going to work for 6 months. You're going to do 2 things and 2 things only. And will you commit to that? We've already, at this point, what are we trying to do here? We're saying, hey, you're an advisory board. You're going to give us you're going to give advice to council. Yet you want to control it, keep it in a box. We look at this like Parks. Parks is also an unelected body, but we trust them to be able to give us guidance on how we spend our parks fund. Even the library, those are all resources that we have. The more we try to control this and say, hey, we need to make this a public meeting and public and make it, I'm just going to repeat what Bill Del Cruz has just said. The whole idea, the reason why we don't have more people even testifying. If you think 60 people is a lot, try having this meeting at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. We'd be here until midnight.
Yep, I agree.
But I think at the point here right now is that, say that really we are talking about little things and for the public to look in, and also as a person of color, all we're doing is basically using process as a way to limit how we have the conversation. And that's what I think that, we're too afraid to say, hey, I applaud you, City Manager, languages. And see, even to the point that we are talking about this thing here, if we recall in our initial goal setting at the beginning of 2019, this was not a priority in the first cut. It was not a priority in the cut. And thanks to Councilor Koloff and Councilor Mance for really pushing this, but I know that in the previous years, we've never gotten this far. And the only reason why we got this far was we were willing to put it in a small box, 6 months only, and 2 topics. And so if you're serious about it now, then let's do something about it. If not, then just scrap the whole idea, because I think if at this point, if we're trying to look at this and say, hey, the community wants more. They want to have more involvement. They want to see more of what's going on here. They want to see council be able to actually talk about this in a sincere way. But all we're doing right now by saying, hey, we want to make all these meetings public, and we're going to, we're going to push it out farther and farther to the person that's in the community. You think about this. I mean, if we look back on all the applicants that we got, there were people that applied, were given an interview date, and then declined. There were people that are applied and accepted and chosen, and they were declined. They basically said, on second thought, no, I don't think this is a legit effort. Or you look at that, and if you can ask Megan, how many people were actually interviewed, had gone through the process, except, when we had selected them and they said, no, actually on second thought, no, I'm not going to do this. So I think at this point, although we may think that 60 people is a lot, 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday, it's not going to cut it. You even saw on some of the public comments here, 3 o'clock is in the middle of the workday. People may not be going to work, but they're on the computer. They've got other Zoom meetings they've got to go to. And we've seen people drop off. Right now, there's 7 people still on here. Who has the time to be able to sit in front of a computer like this?
Folks, we
So
got
I
a
think at
motion.
this point, what I'm trying,
I will hearken back.
What I'm saying is that
Real quick, I'll hearken back to the fact that the people who are speaking up, to Mr. De La Cruz's point, to others' point, the vocal people who would speak up. If our charge is to bring in people from the outside, we
Okay.
have to step
Okay.
aside.
Matt, wait a minute, guys. You're covering points that everybody's already made. I think the points are already made. Ms. Simpson, would you tell us what the motion that was seconded says?
Yes, please let me know, Councilor Wendland, if I have captured the motion correctly.
Well, okay.
All right.
You know what? Okay.
Go ahead.
I move that the council expand the scope of work for the DEI task force to include members of the city council and include recommendations about eliminating disparities in city services, including policing, and that the task force report would be due by the end of 2020.
Okay.
Does that capture it, Councilor?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment.
Yes.
You had, Councilor Mance, you had seconded this motion.
So go ahead.
Friendly amendment.
Go ahead. Go
That
ahead.
we accept, that we make the motion without the public participation. The motion is written by staff.
And city council,
Wait, I'm
without
confused.
city council participation as well?
No.
Okay, so go ahead, Councilor Lamont.
Okay, so what we're saying here, and Bill, I've worked with hundreds.
I'm sorry, wait.
Wait, I just
Let
want
me-
to clarify.
Councilor Lamont, let me make one procedural thing.
Okay,
Councilor Wendland, do you accept the amendment that Councilor Mans just made?
I'm not quite sure what it,
She said we would take your motion, except that we would eliminate the participation in the DEI task force things right now, so that it would not include the city council.
well, no, I don't think that was that your amendment, Jackie?
Yes.
Well, then just take the whole thing away. I mean, there's
What do
no
we-
reason
what
that, I mean.
So are you
I
you're
guess-
not accepting the amendment?
Well, you know what? I'm fine with focus groups, and that's fine to have those. And I think, as Bill explained, that's the only way you're going to get them, get the true input. But I guess I'm trying to get us as part of the process that I don't want to sit and wait until the end of 2020 to get a report when it's June now, and we should be working on this. It's kind of like saying, okay, leaders, go into a
Okay, so long and
room.
short of it is you do not accept the amendment.
So I guess I would be friendly to an accepted amendment to say that the city council needs to be part of the DEI discussion, and to, conduct the focus groups. But I would like to have a participation of city council in more of the robust, once the.
Okay, I'm losing you, you're cutting out.
Can we just make a
Once-
motion? To accept, I mean, first of all, was there a mayor, Mr. Mayor, did you already make the motion to accept the motion as is? And then if we didn't get a second, then we move on to an amendment? Was that
No.
be presented? I mean, I'd like to see if there's a motion to accept the as is. And if there isn't, then we amend.
I'm sorry, we got to vote on whether or not we take Councilor Wendland's motion as it is, because he's not accepting the amendment. Okay?
Okay,
So go ahead.
Councilor Wentz.
I withdraw my second.
I second.
Councilor Wendland?
Again, can we get some clarification what we're voting
Right.
on here?
So Councilor Wetland, can I ask you to, now I feel like we're back to the recommended motion that was as stated on the agenda. Is that what your intent was in your motion?
No.
Well, my intention is that we are engaged in the process as a city council, and that
So I heard
amendment-
you say two things. So can I make a suggestion to you and you can think about how to put this into the motion? The first is that you want an ongoing discussion and dialogue with the DEI task force so that you didn't just get a surprise from them at the end of the year. The second thing I heard you say is that you don't want to just wait for the task force recommendation to have continued conversation about policing. Those are the two things I
Oh.
heard you say.
Yeah, and all the subject, I mean, all the subject matters you have are very important.
Right.
And
So if your motion included ongoing or bi-monthly conversations with the DEI task force about their progress, then you might be able to accomplish that first intent around city services. And if you also wanted to have further study sessions around policing, we could totally do that.
Yes.
But my understanding of what Councilor Wendland proposed is that the city council be a part of that DEI process.
Yes, that is what he proposed.
And that's what the motion is, and I just heard Councilor Lamont second that. Is that correct? Okay.
I
so
second,
think-
but I,
I withdrew, he seconded.
Yes, he did. Now let's take a vote on this. Get through with it.
I'm sorry. I really think we need to clarify. So the motion is that you move that the council expand the scope of work for the DEI task force to include the recommendations about eliminating disparities in city services, including policing, and that the task force report would be due by the end of 2020. Further, you desire ongoing bi-monthly discussion with the DEI task force, as well as continued discussion around policing.
Emery, it's the original motion is still on the table.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so without the items about the
Just a minute,
bi-monthly.
please, Anne Marie, just a minute. I'm sorry, but the part of the motion that's causing the concern is that the city council be involved with DEI when they're doing the
focus groups.
focus groups and when they're doing the stuff with the people they're interviewing. Council, Mr. Powell, did you have a?
I have a suggestion. Often I think we keep trying to fix motions through friendly amendments, and friendly amendments work if everybody's in agreement. But the way to do it might be a little more efficient is we have a motion on the floor to adopt this as the recommended motion, except to include the city council. There sounds like there's some contrary feelings, so probably the most efficient way would be for someone else now to make a motion to amend that original motion to take the city council participation out. If that doesn't get a second or a vote, then it's done and you're back to your original motion.
We tried that, it did not work. So we're gonna.
Well, no, you tried it through friendly amendments. It doesn't, I don't think anybody's ever moved to amend Councilor Wendland's motion. Again, not my place to urge that. I'm just saying it provides a more orderly decision tree. You know?
All right, if that's the case, I will make a motion to amend Councilor Wendland's motion to eliminate council participation with DEI meetings with the general public.
I'll second.
So now that's on the floor for debate and a motion first. All right.
Councilor Mott, go ahead.
Okay. The situation is that we feel strongly about this enough to say we should combine the council and the DEI in the focus groups. Now, I've conducted hundreds of focus groups with thousands of people. And when counselors and planning commissioners or whoever else appointed, elected, sit around the table with people in an open conversation, not with a 2-minute drill on them, we have great conversations and we've gotten so much and we've got consensus from warring factions. Now tonight, 60 people showed up. That's a lot. And they poured their heart out. They were not intimidated. As Councilor Mann said, they are a very vocal group. As Councilor Wendland said, we have an engaged populace. So if we sat there and said, we're leading and we're listening directly, not pass through a report from the task force, and we're listening, and if you want to take the word focus group out and say listening sessions, then all these questions that our city manager came up with are a great way for each one of those listening sessions for us to listen directly like we did tonight. And that I've been on the phone and in emails with people and on the street. So I think we should go back to Councilor Wendland's original motion, bring the council together with the DI task force, and let's get these focus groups going. They're going to pour their heart out in front of us. They just did it tonight.
We've got a motion. We've got a motion
Councilman,
made and
you look at the people that were actually pouring out their hearts. They weren't the people that would be on the
call the roll, please.
DI anyways.
So this is a vote on the amendment, correct? Whether to amend Councilor Wendler's
That's
motion.
correct.
Right, okay. So a yes vote takes out the city council participation. Okay.
That is correct. Go ahead.
There's no need, and excuse me, there's no need for the amendment then. I mean,
What?
So
It's the
we're
same
voting
thing.
On the mayor's, is that what we're voting on?
Yes, we're voting on my motion to amend your motion. Go ahead, Ms. Simpson.
Mayor, would you, one more time, please, be patient with me. Can
The
you,
amendment is to take out council participation in the meetings that DEI has with other members of the public.
And then what about bi-monthly updates?
Well, that's in there, that continues. Nobody's made a motion on that.
All right.
Go
I
ahead.
suggest you take your motions one at a time and get
That's
through
what
the
I'm gonna
decision.
do. That's what we're gonna do. I'm trying to get that done. Go ahead, Ms. Simpson.
Mayor Studebaker,
Yes.
Counselor Manns,
Yes.
Kohlhoff,
yes,
O'Neill,
Yes.
Nguyen,
Yes.
Lamont,
No.
Wendland.
yes, I'll support it. That's
Motion
fine.
passes 6-1.
Okay, now we'll take a vote on the motion Councilor Wendland made.
Well, the motion as amended,
Yeah,
which is basically back to the staff recommended motion, as I understand it, unless there's another motion to amend to
no,
say something else. All
I
right,
don't see that. Let's take a vote on that.
okay.
So, okay,
Mayor Studebaker,
Yes.
Counselor Manns,
Yes.
Kohlhoff,
yes,
O'Neill,
Yes.
Nguyen,
Yes.
Lamont,
No.
Wendland.
no, well, yes, I will support now. I'll support that. But I just feel like well, I'm hoping we're engaged in this. And again, I think this is sloppy process.
Right.
And I'm disappointed.
And leading is being in front of the people.
Okay.
Right.
Motion passes
Everybody-
6-1.
Thank you, everybody,
Well-
for discussion, positive and fruitful discussion. I would say now that I would like to just take a vote on the consent agenda. And then we will meet on Thursday to go over the North Anchor and the MOU.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Pardon me
Second.
just a minute, please, Councilor Mann.
I'm sorry.
Somebody wanted to take off the item 5.4, which is extending the
I'm
emergency power
sorry.
of the city manager.
Apologies.
Was somebody wanting to do that? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take that off and let's have a vote on the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay, move to approve the consent agenda without the extension of the emergency declaration.
Second.
Is there a second?
Counselor Lamont seconded.
Okay, Councilor Kohlhoff seconded. Any discussion? All right, call the roll, please.
Mayor Studebaker,
Yes.
Counselor Manns,
Yes.
Kohlhoff, O'Neill,
Yes.
Nguyen,
Yes.
Lamont,
Yes.
and Wendland.
yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, now the last item tonight is item 5.4, the emergency powers declaration to extend it. Councilor O'Neill, you wanted to pull off. Can you explain why?
Well, the media likes to use it as their banner of keeping people in fear, and it doesn't really send a message to our business community that we're out there trying to help them. So talking to City Manager Bennett, she said she pretty much already has all the authority she needs, and we don't really need to have this. So I'm not really out there trying to make, another headline, because last week's headline, I just didn't think it was a very good headline. I'd rather have something that says our council's out there trying to help our small businessman, so.
Okay, discussion? Is there a second on that?
I have a comment on that. I
Okay,
think,
Councilor Nguyen?
thanks for Councilor O'Neill for pointing that out. But I think also too, one of the things that we may not be aware of too is that when we start as a state and as a city start to remove the emergency declarations, the provisions for things like the federal aid, like the PPP and those kind of things, they automatically become accelerated. And those kinds of things where, and it basically creates a situation where some of the relief that we are negotiating, and some of them are still being negotiated, is all under the existing state of emergency. So once we start to lift that, and then because maybe we'll be the only one to do it, but who knows? I think it's one of the things too we have to be aware of too, that there are a lot of small businesses that also have applied for federal aid, and some of those conditions is that the emergency declaration, whether that's the state or the local level or the national level, those need to be in place for to be able to continue.
Well, we're still under the state, so.
And what does it do for us to have, but not have it on the city?
So the thing that the cities, David could talk to you about this, is it allows us to close things, set curfews, do some other things, and so we'd be losing that. But I do think that at this point in the evolution of coronavirus, the state's declaration and the county's declaration are more important than our local declaration. Is that, David, would you agree with me on that?
Yes, I would.
Councilor Mans, you had something you wanted to say? Councilor Mans?
No.
Okay, Councilor Colville.
Well, I'll make this short. I was one of those people that was really anxious to work, and pressed hard. But what I didn't really take in, and needs to be said publicly, is the reason, for example, that we really went into these informal DEI task force meetings was that our manager had her hands full. Megan Phelan, who had been there unerringly and had arranged for a good bit of work, was now the emergency person, was totally tied up there. And thank God for that. And third of all, Charity Taylor had her hands full. So in some respects, I need to apologize to them for being so teenager-ish, wanting them to push it and push it. And they kept the lights on. And last night, before the DRC, which is it was their first meeting, frankly, they thanked us for that. And I said, now we've got stuff to do. Big things aren't too sexy, like, the Tryon Creek wastewater treatment, but things that really matter. And they smiled. So I'm going to vote to keep the emergency declaration in for whatever help it does. But honestly, I agree with you that Councillor O'Neill, that acuteness of the emergency is probably not as acute, we hope, but it was well handled during the months when it was acute, and I thank the staff for that.
Anybody else for their discussion?
I'll make a motion.
I think Councilor, didn't you already make a motion, Councilor O'Neill?
Yeah, someone can second it.
Well, I
Motion.
yeah, I could use some help. But so the motion is to move to enact the resolution. You could simply, no one has to move to enact it.
If no one moves, it expires.
Okay.
It will expire on June 24th, unless you want to move to end it now.
I move to enact it.
No,
Keep it in place.
we can keep it in place to the 24th.
I also heard, Councilor, when you move to enact the order or the resolution.
Yes.
Wait.
I mean, if it's on the 24th.
Sorry, I'm missing. To extend that, make a motion to extend it?
Yeah,
Okay.
the resolution is to extend it to the
I guess
24th.
your emergency power expires and
Well, it expires on the 24th.
Right.
Right, yes.
The only thing we voted today would be going beyond the 24th.
I'm sorry, folks, my computer's checking out on me. Is there anything more that we need to talk about? We got a meeting on right now scheduled for July 24th, which is, no, excuse me, for July 18th. At
Right. You got the motion.
That okay? Okay.
That's fine.
Look
July
forward
8th.
to hearing you again on 6:30 on the 18th. That's Thursday.
Right after my birthday.
Okay, anything further we need to bring up? Yes, Mr. Powell.
It would be good to have a motion, and I didn't quite hear how you put it, Mayor. You're going to move to reconvene this meeting on Thursday at 6:30, correct? To finish the agenda?
Okay, I will make a motion to reconvene this meeting on Thursday, June 18th at 6:30. Anybody want to second that?
I second.
No,
Okay.
no, we won't meet that way.
Go ahead. Would you take, we got to take a vote on that.
We do. Mayor Studebaker,
Yes.
Counselor Mans,
Yes.
Kohlhoff,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Nguyen,
Yes.
Lamont,
Yes.
and Wenland.
Yes.
Well, thank you, everybody, for your patience, your comments, and your ability to hang in there. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
on Thursday. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, you guys.
Likewise.